history of voting by mail in Arizona. If you're new to the state, we've been doing this for a long time here. All the way back in 1991, the legislature allowed Arizona voters to request an absentee ballot for any reason. You didn't actually even have to be absent from the state to receive an absentee ballot. In 1997, the word absentee was actually replaced in the law by the word early. So you went from being an absentee voter to an early voter. And then in 2007, the county recorders got the legislature to create the permanent early voting list. So we've been voting by mail at a large scale since the early 90s here in Arizona. It is coming up on 7:50 now on Arizona's Morning News.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
For 20 years, Sun Valley Solar has been a trusted name for Arizona homeowners, helping families save money and power their homes with confidence. To celebrate their 20th anniversary, they're giving back in a big way. One lucky homeowner will receive a Tesla Powerwall 3. That means backup power, energy independence, and peace of mind from the Valley's most trusted solar company. Enter May 30th through June 28th at sunvalleysolar.com/Powerwall giveaway.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Tombstone Tactical. This is a great resource for all of your firearms needs, for firearms, for ammunition, and for accessories. Great prices, knowledgeable staff, and excellent customer service. They have a 90-day same-as-cash program, a 90-day layaway program, depending on your financial situation to take care of all of your needs. They are located north of Dunlap Road on the west side of the I-17, or you can always shop online right now at tombstonetactical.com.
He's a former coach with two sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important, the golf game. Right, as we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR Traffic Alert.
7:54, and we've got a problem this morning involving a motorcyclist. Let's get over to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
If you're starting your day at 8 o'clock and you're in the North Valley, I want to give you an early heads up. We've got a very serious crash involving a downed motorcycle. This is on the eastbound 101, the Pima Freeway, just east of the North Stack there. We've got a downed motorcycle right near Cave Creek, and DPS, ADOT working to get this crash under control. But right now, you're only getting by in the far right lanes, and you're backing up all the way back to 19th Avenue as you come into Scottsdale. Once again, eastbound 101, crash under investigation right near Cave Creek. About an extra 5 to 7 minutes on your commute. Traffic is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. If you think you need 20% down to buy a house, you don't. Lund Mortgage will pre-qualify you for free and show you the programs you actually qualify for. You can learn more at lundmortgage.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
We are expecting a high today of 110 with a slight chance of rain in the forecast. Tomorrow, just mostly sunny with a high of 107 and then cooling off. I'm using my quotation fingers. Cooling off to 103 on Sunday. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. All right, when Mike Broomhead walked into the studio, I said, you got big plans this weekend? He's like, I hope not.
Hope not.
It's going to be one of those weekends. He's just going to be slovenly and just hang out.
Yeah, listen,
you deserve it.
There's a nice thing about getting older. Is when we were kids and you came back in on Monday and someone says, what'd you do this weekend? You would say, nothing. Now
Right.
We're very excited. Nothing. I did nothing.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I could do with a whole lot of nothing this weekend, but of course there's a whole slate of kids activities.
Going to watch sports. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, there you go. You excited for the men's team?
Yeah, I'm looking at the brackets. Obviously, they're going to play Bosnia Herzegovina in the first round, which is a good draw for them in the round of 32. And I'm excited to see how well they do. I was disappointed last night, but I just like the whole spectacle is fun to watch.
Well, I actually suggested this morning that we can't, because of PC reasons, we can't use the term bench warmers anymore. But that's who the Americans were last night. It wasn't their usual starters. So, because they were resting. So,
and you don't want to risk an injury.
100%. 100%. So, for those of us who learned all of our soccer stuff by watching Ted Lasso, it's kind of fun.
But the only thing, I have one complaint, just one. What's with the flopping? I mean,
it's worse than the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron James would be the GOAT in soccer.
There you go. Coming up on the Mike Broomhead Show, Senator Karen Werner, who is she heads up the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, and a lot of these child safety bills that were passed by the legislature and signed by the governor went right through her committee. So you're going to be talking about, whether our child welfare system is going to truly be reformed.
Yeah, and she works very closely with the director of DCS on this. And so apparently they had a very good rapport and a good exchange on what was necessary and what was needed. But will this fix the issues that people are concerned about? Will this save some of these kids that have fallen through the cracks? This is one of those places that, nothing in life is 100% perfect.
Right.
But this is one agency more than any other that has to strive to be. So is this going to get them closer to that, where there's investigations when they're warranted and kids are not put back in bad situations?
One of the biggest problems I know they've run into, and I learned this from Senator Werner, is retention of workers at DCS. You and I have a mutual friend. I'm not going to say who it is. Their girlfriend had to leave the job.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, she can't leave the job. That would be so bad because, she's great at it. And he's like, the burnout is just so high.
Burnout rate is through the roof.
Oh, man. Also coming up a little after 10, you got to stick around to hear Justin Heap, County Recorder, the latest on the election battle with the Board of Supervisors.
Thomas Galvin was on yesterday, one of the supervisors, and from the board's perspective and what he thinks about this election, are they concerned where ballots have already gone out? So the person in charge of those early ballots is the county recorder. We will get the perspective from the county recorder himself on this election, whether or not he believes it's going to go off without a hitch. What are the courts going to do? So we'll just give him the floor from 10 to 10:30.
All right, an action-packed Mike Broomhead show followed by a whole lot of nothing this weekend, right?
Yeah, well, the nothing starts about 11 o'clock.
Okay. You can't coast while you're on the show.
Yeah, sure I can.
No.
We got a guest at 11:30. Eli Norton's going to join me, by the way, candidate for treasurer.
Okay. All right. So stick around, and that comes your way after you get a KTAR News expansion. Colton Krolak is in for LaDonna Harvey, and he'll bring you one in 60 seconds. Have a great weekend. See you Monday.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. The trusted voice of the Valley for more than 100 years. This is the KTAR News Expansion. 15 minutes of commercial-free, nonstop news, traffic, and weather starts now.
Good morning. It's straight up 8 o'clock. I'm Colton Krolak. Team USA had a rough night yesterday, but thankfully the game didn't mean much. Anna Olp is live in the News Center with more.
3-2 was the final score in a game that saw a last-minute goal made by Turkey, securing them the win.
The USA's big star gets nutmegged. Guler still trying to get in. Chance for a cross. Comes back to the top of the box. Now it's clipped in at the backside. Matt Turner, it's stabbed home. Turkey a score, the winning goal.
The American team had already earned their spot in the next round going into this game, but the loss yesterday denied them the chance to win all 3 games of group play. That would have been a historic first for the U.S. Turkey, who trained right here in Mesa, also knew their fate heading into this game, heading home after not qualifying for knockout rounds. The game saw the return of America's star player Christian Pulisic after having sat out USA's last game against Australia due to a calf injury. And the U.S. will go on to face Bosnia next Wednesday in Los Angeles. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
At 8:01, some trouble on the roadways. Here's John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Colton. Yeah, we've been keeping an eye on a very serious crash in the Northeast Valley. This all involved a downed motorcycle on the eastbound side of the 101. This is the Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek, and ADOT crews and DPS troopers working to open up lanes. Right now, the HOV number 1 and number 2 lanes are still shut down. So if you are coming off the North Stack and trying to get into Scottsdale this morning, just stay to the right, work your way to the right lanes. A few extra minutes on your commute, but I'm keeping an eye on that. And it looks like they are trying to clear this crash right now. Only other crash on the surface streets, also in the East Valley, McDowell Road and Pima Drive. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Summer is here, and your Valley Chevy dealers have the offers and the inventory. Start your summer in a brand new Chevy today by visiting Freeway Chevrolet in Chandler. John Roller, KTAR News.
A hot and breezy finish to the week. Temperatures hold near 110 with gusty afternoon winds. Then this weekend, we cool slightly into the lower 100s, but dry and breezy conditions continue. I'm ABC 15 meteorologist Jorge Torres.
All right, we're looking at today with a 10% chance of rain, mostly sunny though, with a high of 110. Tonight clear with a low of 88, and then tomorrow mostly sunny with a high of 107. It is 8:02 and 93 degrees in Mesa.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The Save America Act would restrict mail-in voting and requires documented proof of citizenship, something Arizona already requires, but not for federal elections. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says this disenfranchises voters.
He's connecting this to his perceived loss of the 2020 election. He lost the 2020 election. He thinks he won. He did not win. There's been multiple court cases, dozens and dozens of court cases over the 2020 election.
The Democrat says the election reform bill doesn't have enough bipartisan support to pass. He adds Trump doesn't understand the affordability crisis Americans are facing. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And after a lengthy meeting, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he plans to send the bill to the president, but it's unclear whether President Trump will sign.
Highlight on housing.
If the housing measure is signed into law, it would prevent financial institutions that own 350 or more units from buying any more single-family homes. Nick Ponder with High Ground Public Affairs says Arizona corporations over that threshold only nearly 30,000 units in the state.
They're grandfathered in on the units that they currently own. So they're not required to sell those.
Ponder says states could disincentivize financial institutions from owning so many homes by setting a higher assessment ratio for corporate-owned residential units.
Eyes on education.
A special session may be in the works for Arizona lawmakers addressing a last-minute education ballot measure.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from a military family's account. It would also void the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't a part of the planning, but a targeted meeting is on the table.
I don't know what an ultimate special session will cover, but I know that's part of the conversation happening right now.
Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot measure, claiming it misled voters that may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would void ESA accountability. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to ktar.com/education.
We'll be ready to respond to anything that comes.
Nearly a dozen officials speaking to communities in northern Arizona last night as the Pocket Fire nears 1,500 acres burned with 0% containment. One of the fire's operations section chiefs, Chris Lotsterman, on last week's closure of State Route 89A.
By utilizing the aircraft there on this western flank, we bought ourselves time to continue to start looking at these plans coming down 89A. I know that that's affected you all heavily. By evacuating that and closing down 89A, we know that we've impacted business and normal everyday life.
A second meeting for comments from the public will be held Monday, June 29th at 7 p.m. at Red Rock High School. Gas prices in Arizona continue to fall. AAA reports the average price for a regular gallon of gas has dropped 18 cents this past week, falling to $4.11. Nationwide, the average for per gallon is now at $3.91. Arizona also dropped out of the top 10 most expensive states for gas in the nation.
I believe so much in this generation.
Valley nonprofit Serve the Future is helping bridge a generational gap.
Serve the Future aims to teach Valley teens leadership and life skills. This week, their students served meals at the South Mountain Senior Center in Phoenix. Valley senior Luz Cookie Torres typically goes there and tells KTAR.
People say, oh, these kids, they're out there, they're crazy. No, they're not. They know what they want. We just have to give them that opportunity. And we have to start listening to our young people because they have great ideas.
And she says involving the youth helps ensure seniors have some company.
And being with people here that sometimes live a very lonely life. They go home, like I said, this is their safe haven. This is the only thing that they have.
The nonprofit plans to hold more of the Generation Connect events. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Scottsdale City Council's newest decision to crack down on short-term rentals will help law enforcement and property owners. That's according to Scottsdale Mayor Lisa Borowski.
Before we enacted this new definition, it did prohibit commercial uses or party house rentals. This has been going on for a long time. This just spells it out a little bit clearer.
She tells Arizona's Evening News the ordinance clears up event centers as organized gatherings tied to a commercial purpose, which includes weddings and corporate events, but not including things like birthday celebrations. John Roller has another check on your roads. He's live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Colton. We have one crash really causing slowing. It's in the North Valley, and if you are headed to Scottsdale and you come southbound at the North Stack to transition to the eastbound 101. Heads up for some slowing, about 5 miles of slowing. Now, ADOT crews have opened up another lane, but the HOV number 1 and number 2 lanes are still blocked from this crash that involved a downed motorcycle. Once you're to Cave Creek Road, you are good to go. And southbound 51 from the North Valley all the way into the mini stack looking very good. And the East Valley, you've been quiet all morning. One surface street crash in the clearing stages in Scottsdale at McDowell Road and Pima Drive, not affecting the 101. It's actually heading westbound on McDowell Road off the 101, so you're okay there. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you're worried if your retirement savings will last, don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Today, 10% chance of rain, mostly sunny with a high of 110. Tonight, clear with a low of 88. And tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high of 107. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. The time now is 8:09. A record number of travelers are expected at airports over the July 4th holiday weekend.
The airports have been busy. The road's already busy as well. 4th of July travel, it is well underway, and it's expected to break records both in the air and on the ground. Major airlines, they're anticipating more passengers than ever before. So American is gearing up for 8 million flyers. More than that, between yesterday and July 6th, United saying 6 million will be flying the friendly skies.
We're getting a few more details on a police investigation near the area of 44th Street in Washington. Phoenix police say they responded to the area just after midnight where they found a fire near a canal. After extinguishing the fire, authorities found the body of an adult man. The details around his death are unclear. We'll bring you more details as we learn them. From the KTAR Business Center, the U.S. Hockey League, the top junior ice hockey league in the country, is adding 2 Arizona teams. Our partners at the Phoenix Business Journal tell us one team will be based in Phoenix, with the other in Prescott Valley. It hasn't been decided where the two teams will play, but we might see the Phoenix team play in ASU's Mullet Arena. Checking the latest numbers from Wall Street, the Dow Jones down about 14 points right now, S&P 500 down 2. And the NASDAQ down just close to 42 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now, former Buckeye police officers facing assault charges in a November trial. It's for 2 instances, a January incident at a Phoenix jail, and this one from November 2025, as detailed by Ford Hatchett with our TV partners at ABC 15.
She just hits me.
The woman in this video told police she was 9 months pregnant when Buckeye officer Carrie Carrico arrested her for reckless driving. Surveillance video shows Carrico pushing that woman against the wall and then dragging her back to a bench. Internal reports say Carrico didn't document that use of force in her initial police report. Carrico's supervising sergeant later said her actions were, quote, very aggressive and described them as, quote, definitely over the top and unnecessary. This is Carrico's take when interviewed by investigators.
I think the video looks really ugly. Okay. And in this moment, I think the only thing that I did was revert to my training.
Carrico resigned from Buckeye Police on June 4th. It's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 26th, and back on this day in 1974, a pack of chewing gum became the first item to be ever scanned with the UPC barcode. It happened at a supermarket in Troy, Ohio. It was a pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit chewing gum. It was the result of years of scientific experimentation and industry cooperation. The first version of a barcode was in the sand on Miami Beach in 1949. It was a pattern of thick and thin lines arranged in concentric circles, readable by a scanner from any angle. It was a design inspired by Morse code. The invention of the laser in 1960 created new possibilities for scanning technology. At that same time, computers became smaller and more affordable. Since then, it has become arguably the most pervasive technology of the retail shopping experience. The UPC barcode would go on to be used well beyond the grocery checkout counter, with billions of barcodes scanned daily, and it all started back on this day in 1974.
All right, one final time. Let's check your drive. Here's John Roller live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Colton, thank you very much. Once again, if you are in the North Valley and you make your way into Scottsdale on the eastbound 101, we've got a serious crash involving a downed motorcycle right near Cave Creek. So work your way to the right lanes. ADOT crews able to open up another lane there. So right now the HOV number 1, number 2 lanes are still blocked. You've got 2 lanes to get by now, and that's improving the backup a little bit, but still, as you come off the north stack there, right at about 19th Avenue, you'll have some slowing, and it gets heavier until you get around this crash. Also, just cleared the crash in Scottsdale this morning at McDowell Road and Pima Drive. John Roller, KTAR News.
Could we see some rain in the valley? We got a 10% chance. Mostly sunny, though, today with a high of 110. Tonight, clear with a low of 88. Saturday, mostly sunny with a high of 107. And then ending your weekend, sunny with a high of 103. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee. And you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. This KTAR News expansion is brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been injured in an accident, call Sweet James. The Mike Broomhead Show is next. I'm Colton Krolak on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Mike Broomhead Show begins now.
Hey, good morning. Happy Friday. Yes, a lot to get to on the show as always. We'll go down the guest list in a few minutes, but I want to start off in a little different spot. We've been talking a lot about the Middle East, which we'll get to in just a few. But the first conversation has to be with the fallout that is now coming because of the president's win in the Supreme Court of the United States, and the immigration rulings. I want you to hear from a couple of different people on this. There are a couple of different perspectives on this. And first of all, let's talk about AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who is very upset, calls this a betrayal, says that they are not deporting the people that they promised to, and these are the people that Americans don't want deported. And I will tell you that there is, I'll get into my opinion on it in a moment. I want you to hear Tom Homan, the border czar. This is what Tom Homan said has actually happened. He brings some facts to the conversation. Let's see if you agree with this.
He's already gave us the most secure border in history of the nation. He's already arresting, deporting record numbers of people as he promised, right? But he's also trying to restore integrity in the immigration system. Specifically, the asylum laws, they've been exploited and abused by bad actors for a long time, including the Democratic Party. What Sotomayor didn't tell the American people is if you look at the last 10 years of data, nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum end up with an order of removal because they don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from the homeland because of race, religion, or political affiliation. They're coming here for a job. So nearly 9 out of 10 of the asylum seekers are fraudulent claims. Half of them don't show up in court, and 9 out of 10 get order removed. And while they're clogging up the court system, there are thousands of people in this world that really do need our protection, really are escaping fear and persecution. They're sitting in the back seat. That's what Sotomayor did not say in her dissent. Right. That's what the American people need to understand.
And I guess that's part of the narrative that people are not hearing. I've got some stories about some of the bad actors, and this is where the battle has always been with us, and it's a little bit frustrating, is if you can characterize the people that are being deported or the people that are here illegally that did it the wrong way, if you can categorize them all as victims, that's the wrong thing to do. Just like saying everyone that comes here is a criminal. I don't believe that either. I think there are people that have come here the wrong way, but they were invited. And this is where the problem lies. When I say they were invited, if anybody doesn't believe that the Biden administration was encouraging people to come here, you've at this point, the presidency's over. He's not president anymore. You don't have to defend him. You know what happened. They had a different policy on enforcement. Same laws, different policies and priorities on enforcement. What is fascinating is Donald Trump's policy on enforcement at the border is a lot closer to Barack Obama's policies than Joe Biden's policies were to Barack Obama's policies. And Biden was Obama's vice president. But if you look at this temporary protective status and you look at turning people away at the border, what it does is it discourages illegal immigration. It discourages people from getting into bed with the cartels and owing them a ton of money, being trafficked and being raped and being beaten or being left behind. It discourages those behaviors. So the one thing I hope is going to happen with this is that the American people look at this and realize, I would say what we agree on most is, first of all, our immigration problem is a good problem to have. I believe that to be true. The immigration problem in the United States shows that the world still wants to come here. We're going to do a World Cup update later, but isn't it a weird situation to be in that there is a very large segment of our society? Now, I'm certainly not going to say all Democrats, but it seems to be now the vocal voices, the loudest voices that are being represented are people that are really down on America. And we have people from around the world, and we're going to talk about the huge numbers of millions of people that are in North America. It's not just the U.S., but in North America that have gone to these World Cup matches. And people that are falling in love, not just with this country, with its geography and with its beauty and with everything else that it offers, but with its people. That the American people are winning the hearts of people from all over the world because we are good people. The world is still at our doorstep. The world still wants to come here and be a part of the American dream. That's a good problem to have. It is fascinating that there are a number of people that were born in this country or naturalized to this country that somehow see it as a horrible place. But if you look at the immigrants, you look at the people that are willing to risk everything to come here, it is a good problem to have, and in the sense that the world still believes in the American dream. So having an immigration system that is fair and is better than what we have. One of the things Mr. Holman pointed out is something I pointed out yesterday. I've pointed it out a number of times before, and that is we do have a pathway for asylum seekers, legitimate asylum seekers, which there are. We are a benevolent society. We are a nation of refuge. But if you've got 90% of the claimants are having their claims denied, why are we letting so many people in through the front gate to apply for asylum when 90% of them are being declined? Wouldn't it make sense, as we've seen with the Obama administration, what we're now seeing with the Trump administration, that if you want to apply for asylum, it's going to be done in an orderly fashion and you're going to do it from outside of the U.S.? That's going to limit those false claims because they realize it's not a pass key to just walk through the door. Now, the other side, and I believe this is what is interesting about this, is in the dissent in the court's decision, Justice Sotomayor talked about how people are going to die and bad things are going to happen. Here's where the problem lies with that statement. Well, there's two. One of them is you aren't recognizing the lives that will be saved by stopping this from happening. But the other part of it is that's not your job. You're talking about policy. The most difficult thing for a Supreme Court justice, I would imagine, is to keep your personal opinions and political affiliations in check. And she doesn't do a very good job. And to be quite frank, the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justice Ginsburg, refused to do it. She was very vocal about her political opinions and her political desires. That's not what a Supreme Court justice is supposed to do. I had a very interesting conversation with Senator John Kyle. If you don't remember John Kyle, a true American statesman, John Kyle is just one of the best that we've ever had to offer in the country. The fact that he was from Arizona is an honor for the state of Arizona. Brilliant lawyer, considered one of the most foremost experts in the country on the United States Constitution, was a fixture on the Senate Judiciary Committee for years and years and years. And I had a conversation, I can tell you exactly where it was. It was in Tampa at the Republican convention when Mitt Romney got the nomination for president. It was during that time. I ran into the senator and I said to him, your name has been thrown around as the possibility of a Supreme Court justice. And he said, not a chance. And I said, why? And he said, because I've spent my entire career making policy. And I don't know that I would be able to take my policy hat off and just judge a piece of legislation on its constitutional merit. And I thought that was one of the most transparent, honest answers I've ever heard. And another reason why I wish he had been on the court. because to recognize a bias and do everything you can to not have it, as opposed to a Justice Sotomayor who has absolutely no problem talking about the politics of this. People are going to die. People are going to... There was a debate, there was a case before the Supreme Court, and it was part of the Obamacare, that was challenged in many different ways. But it was one of the challenges to the Obamacare system, to getting health care. Affordable Care Act. And Chief Justice Roberts ended up siding with the opposition to this, with the Obama side of this. He sided with Obamacare. And he wrote, in effect, if you don't want bad laws, stop electing bad lawmakers. We're supposed to be, all we do is call balls and strikes. It's either constitutional or it's not. And it was such a refreshing thing that someone said. Now, whether you agree with his decision to fall on that side of the issue, what he was saying is, I'm looking at this from a constitutional perspective. What if Chief Justice Roberts had come in and said, no, I'm going to side with the Republican challengers on this because we believe this is going to make health care go up and it's going to make this more expensive. And you'd say that's none of your business. You're not a policy person. You are someone that is supposed to just strictly judge on the constitutional value, whether or not it fits within the four corners of the Constitution. So this is, again, for the American people, the more we do this, the less elections matter. The more we expect the courts to change things we don't like, the more we do these challenges this way, the more we say, not my president, the more we do this, the less we need to vote. Vote, elect whoever you want. We're just going to, by legislation, we are going to change it. And it is the downfall, many times, of a country. When it works, it's just based on its constitutional value. All right, some of the most extraordinary stories from the state of Arizona live on the Amazing Arizonans podcast. By the way, it's brought to you by the good people at Resolution Copper. And the podcast is something we're proud of. It's one of the best projects I've ever been a part of. And we have had the privilege of having some of the best people in Arizona with some of the greatest stories sit down with us. It's a who's who of Arizona with more stories coming in the next season that's right around the corner. Go to the KTAR YouTube channel, go to the KTAR News app, or anywhere you download podcasts, and just look for Amazing Arizonans. You're going to love some of these stories. Coming up in a moment, we are going to talk about what the Iranian war is happening and what the president says about the Strait of Hormuz. We'll get to it in just a moment. Moving Team 6. Listen, if you're going to move, take the stress out of the day as much as you can. Moving is a stressful time. I hate it so much. And I knew I was going to hire Moving Team 6. I knew I was going to hire them because I knew the owners. And so I figured it was going to be a good experience. They've now moved me twice, and the experience both times was second to none. They hire really good people. Then they train them very well. They give them the best equipment in the industry, and then they make sure that customer service leads the way. So it's not just the foreman on the crew, it's everyone on the crew. They are dedicated to customer service. They are courteous. They are professional. They get it done quickly, and it's done efficiently. It is really the best way I can describe it is when you want a professional mover, someone that you can count on that's going to do it the right way, and they're going to be courteous all along. You need to go with Moving Team 6. Their website is movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website. movingteam6.com.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide-open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Summer is the perfect time to immerse yourself in luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience the seamless, stress-free attention of your own personal shopping concierge, a dedicated partner committed to tailoring every detail to your life. Step inside the gorgeous Genesis GV80. Surrounding you are world-class amenities, intuitive technology, and the breathtaking performance of a truly refined luxury SUV. And now there has never been a better time. Drive home the exquisite GV80 3.5T with 0% APR financing now through July 6th. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today and add true luxury to your life.
Subject to credit approval, 0% APR for up to 48 months on new 2026 GV80 3.5T models through Genesis Motor Finance. $20.83 per thousand financed. Offers in July 6, 2026. See dealer for details.
Did you really think Pure Talk was just going to sit back and watch America turn 250 years old without doing something awesome to celebrate? Of course not. That's why they're raising $250,000 for America's Warrior Partnership by the end of July. America's Warrior Partnership is on the front line of preventing veteran suicide. They've had extraordinary success, and here's how you can help. When you switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk this month, you'll be invited to round up to support America's Warrior Partnership. No pressure, but if you do, Pure Talk will match your donation dollar for dollar. And to further celebrate 250 years of our extraordinary democratic republic, Pure Talk is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. That's pound 250, say Mike Rowe. And happy birthday to us.
Don't get beat by the heat. Get the $79 AC tune-up special from the best in the biz. Day and night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Paul Calvisi here. We do it every year. We save money now with the AC tune-up special. Only $79 to save money later on summer energy bills. We avoid costly repairs, extend the lifespan of our AC units. Day and night is our AC's best defense. Go to dayandnightair.com. Schedule that $79 AC tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
I feel fantastic thanks to Soda. Hi, Joe Huizenga. I'm 25 pounds lighter, and I owe it all to Soda and their dynamic diet. Soda's nutritionists are specially trained to customize a diet to each person. We've all got different food responses, lifestyles, and habits. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. Soda's dynamic diet highlights their personalized approach. If you're going on vacation this summer, your Soda nutritionist will be there for you. They can guide you with what to eat while on vacation. They're there to share great food items like steaks, chickens, dips, even alcoholic beverages you can enjoy so you have a great time, maintain your weight, and still have a great vacation. Plus, if you join now, your partner joins for free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. SodaDietNutrition.com. That's SOTA dietnutrition.com, or their phone number, 866-800-SODA. Soda is, say it with me,
State
of the art.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure, though, because now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 8:32. I'm Patricia Valencia. At Flagstaff's Sinagua Middle School, Coconut Forest and county officials giving updates to the community on the pocket fire burning near Sedona.
In addition to the terrain around Sedona, winds are the major factor delaying efforts on the pocket fire, according to Mark Struthwolf with the National Weather Service.
With this wind event coming and smoke on the fire on the ground, we'll see smoke coming into Flagstaff area. How much smoke? That's a difficult question because how much fire is going to be on the ground during this event.
Operations Section Chief Chris Locksterman adding that those gusts could be up to 40 miles per hour by Sunday. He was among many officials thanking residents for their patience during the closure of parts of State Route 89 and urging them to stay alert if the fire picks up. Brandon King, KTAR News.
As of this morning, the fire is at 0% containment. It has burned 1,467 acres. We're getting more information of a police investigation near the area of 44th Street in Washington. Police say they responded to the area just after midnight, where they found a fire near a canal. After extinguishing the fire, authorities found a body of an adult man. The details around his death are unclear. We'll bring you more details as we get them. And with the surge of food prices, it's harder for the everyday person to afford it. President and CEO of St. Mary's Food Bank, Milt Liu, tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos they're seeing a 15% increase in visits to their food banks compared to last year. There's still time to donate to Outspoken Against Hunger with Bruce and Gatos by texting the word food to 620-620. Every $1 you donate helps provide 5 meals to those in need.
Eyes on Education.
A special session may be in the works for Arizona lawmakers addressing a last-minute education ballot measure.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from a military family's account. It would also void the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't a part of the planning, but a targeted meeting is on the table.
I don't know what an ultimate special session will cover, but I know that's part of the conversation happening right now.
Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot measure, claiming it misled voters that may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would void ESA accountability. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education.
Highlight on housing.
The 21st Century Road to Housing measure also looks to stop financial institutions from gobbling up the housing supply.
The legislation says any financial institution that already owns 350 or more units nationwide cannot buy any more single-family homes. Nick Ponder, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at High Ground Public Affairs, explains how big of a problem this is in Arizona.
In Maricopa County, of those corporations that own 350 or more, what's the total? And I found that 29,708 units are owned by those that own 350 or more units.
Ponder says he wishes the measure would prevent investors over that threshold from also buying build-to-rent units like apartments. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And now let's go to the roads and check on traffic. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you, and good Friday morning, Patricia. We still have that crash in the Northeast Valley. This is all due to a downed motorcycle on the eastbound side of the 101 Pima Freeway, right near Cave Creek, and the left lanes are still blocked. You're able to get by on the right lanes there. The backup still rather heavy as you come off the north stack there, so keep that in mind. That'll tack on a few extra minutes on your commute. We also have added another crash. This is at Peoria and the Loop 101 Agua Fria Freeway over in the West Valley. It's not on the main line. It looks like it's at the underpass there, so heads up for a crash there. And we cleared the crash in the East Valley at McDowell Road and Pima Road. John Roller, KTAR News.
We got that 10% chance of rain today, and looking out the studio windows, it looks like it's coming around here in Glendale. High of 110, and over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, our highs sit around 105. It's 95 degrees right now in Phoenix. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. Could you get fined for hiking in the heat? We'll tell you which city might crack down on that. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Join us at 2. Watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, happy Friday. Thanks for everybody checking in. Patricia, good morning. Happy Friday.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, Patricia. Very official. Very formal.
Good morning.
Good news on a Friday.
What's going on?
How about this? Let's take a look around. Yesterday, we saw a little bit of a spike in oil prices.
Wait, is this Hormuz news?
It's Hormuz news.
What's going on in the strait, Mike? See, that's exactly how that segment should go. I love it. I'm working it in every day.
Okay, this is It's like a high school news show. It's like
It's so good.
It's like we're doing the morning announcements on the news. All right. Not that I ever attended high school in the first period anyway, but I imagine that's what it was
experience.
Like. But yesterday there was a ship that was attacked in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, and so it caused some consternation that there might be an interruption to the flow of oil in the Strait. There's also been a story that's out that there was a ship that was turned around because the Iranians said, we didn't give permission, you need permission to get through. But what is happening right now is Brent crude oil, which, that's the offshore drilling. It's outside of the U.S. It is trading down 4.75% today at $71.68. But for the first time in a while, 4.3% in West Texas Intermediate, that's what we look at for the futures. This is for the August oil futures, is trading at $68.83. So it's under $69 a barrel. And if you look at where the wheelhouse is for consumers, it's between $60 and $70 a barrel.
I haven't heard that price in a long time.
When we were seeing prices that were low, that we all considered very low prices.
That were normal, I guess.
It was around $60 a barrel. So we are headed in that direction. Now, it's a long day. Who knows what's going to happen? But so far, it's good news. The president says that the Iranians want to make a deal. And so this is this will be something you can agree with, that both sides in this are never going to claim defeat. That the Iranians are never going to admit defeat.
Exactly.
So whatever deal is made, they're somehow going to their people, because they control their media, they will claim victory.
Yes.
So as the Iranians say to the world, we're going to do this and we're only going to do that, and the Americans don't have this and the Americans don't have that, President Trump said, they want to make a deal. We are negotiating from a position of pure strength.
Do they still have that $300 billion fund?
Yeah, they have all of that's available. What is this frozen money? Mm-hmm. The reason why I say this, the president was addressing this yesterday when he was addressing American farmers. And he said to the American farmers, when the Iranians start to comply, I'm paraphrasing, but when the Iranians start to comply with the requirements of the deal, when their funds are released and they can have access to their cash, they will be spending it in the ways we dictate. And one of the ways we are going to dictate is that they are feeding their people from the American farms, so that the money will come to the American farmer. That was what he said. Now, whether that's how it ends up happening or not, we'll see. But that's what the president is saying is in this deal.
That would be great.
They get no nuclear weapon. He said they've already agreed to that. As a matter of fact, if you don't believe the president, and people just don't, but the Secretary of State has said it, the other world leaders have said it, but now the UN and their watchdog group in the UN for nuclear weapons has said the inspections are happening. These inspections are going to happen.
Mr. McDreamy said it, I believe. Marco Rubio.
Yeah, I say, if you didn't know who she was talking about.
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. By the way, the comment we kind of offhanded said the other day was hilarious.
What?
When we were talking, it wasn't you and I just kind of made an offhanded comment, but it was really funny. The president was being questioned in the White House, and a reporter said to the president, or asked the president, do you think the next president is going to take down a lot of the gold that you've decorated with, the gold decorations?
Gold fixtures.
Pretty opulent, with gold. And with a straight face, without hesitation, the president looked at the reporter and said, Cubans love gold.
Which, Marco Rubio. I love it.
It is just the troll of all trolls, isn't it?
I love him so much.
Well,
I just feel
he's doing an excellent job.
I was going to say, from where he started to where he is now, I just admire that. I don't know. I feel like he's taking control and taking.
He's doing a very good job on behalf of the country. He defends the president, which is his job. He is charged with enforcing or pushing the president's agenda around the world. He's our chief diplomat, and I think he's done a wonderful job. I think he is someone that is respectful. He does it in a dignified way, but he also defends the positions very well. I think that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Even if you disagree with him, you can disagree with him without being disagreeable. And
I think that he has that.
I think that's a great attribute to have. What we're going to do momentarily, as we do each Friday, is we're going to get to Gatos and the Big Q poll question of the day. But first, I want to remind you, celebrate America's 250th at Chase Field. KTAR is giving away a family 4-pack or a couple of family 4-packs, the D-backs versus the Brewers on July 4th. Listen Wednesday, July 1st for your chance to call in and win. We're going to get to Gatos here in just one moment. Central Valley Dentistry, your complete smile makeover center. They offer all-on-4 implants. They offer Invisalign, veneers, crowns, root canals, cleaning. But I want to focus on that smile restoration for a moment. Are you embarrassed of your smile? Are there foods that you can't eat? Do you really want to be able to have that smile back? Well, they are offering right now, when you call them or you mention my name on the website, when you contact them, just say Broomhead, they're going to give you $1,500 off the complete dental implant smile restoration. Now, this includes your implants. It includes your final zirconia teeth. It's all in. There are no hidden fees. There's no surprise costs. This is a great benefit to you because they want you to get that smile back. Dr. Behbahani really is one of the best in the industry. As a matter of fact, he's an instructor. You walk in the morning, you leave that afternoon with a brand new smile. If this is something you're looking to do, I need you to call their office right now at 602-246-0385. That's 602-246-0385 or centralvalleydentistry.com.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Hey, it's Bruce and Gatos, and we're outspoken against hunger.
Every dollar donated provides enough food for 5 meals.
Our new goal, 1 million meals for Arizonans.
And don't forget, St. Mary's Food Bank provides millions of pounds of food to a network of more than 600 partner agencies all across Arizona.
It's the march to 1 million meals.
And you can join by texting FOOD to 620-620. That's FOOD to 620-620, and make your donation now.
Outspoken against hunger with Bruce and Gatos, benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
What if you could ask 3 financial experts anything about your money and get straight answers? That's 5Q IQ, financial power-ups with Trajan Wealth. Each week, fiduciary advisors Marty Bryant and Corbett Leduc and me, industry veteran Jeff Jr., tackle 5 listener questions on retirement, taxes, investing, debt, Social Security, and the headlines that keep you up at night. No jargon, no fluff, just clear answers. 5QIQ, Saturdays from 3 to 4 on KTAR.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
It's Gatos, and you need advanced window products. Time to get new windows. It was time to get new windows in our house. Let me tell you about my builder-grade windows that were absolutely horrific. I had one window that leaked air. The bedroom window was discolored. We couldn't see through it. The biggest window we had in our house had condensation between the panes. So we hired Advanced Window Products. 40 years in business. 623-253-6800. 623-253-6800. Online, advancedwindows.com. Advanced Window Products manufactures its own windows. They build the windows right here in Phoenix. You will get custom-built windows for your exact house, not generic sizes refitted on site. Their windows are engineered for Arizona's extreme temperature. Your home is going to be cooler in the summer thanks to your new windows, and your bills are going to be lower. Hire Advanced Window Products, 623-253-6800. AdvancedWindows.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 8:48, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. A record number of travelers are expected at airports over the July 4th holiday weekend. Major airlines anticipating more passengers than ever before. Between yesterday and July 6th, 6 million will be flying the friendly skies. And hundreds are dead and thousands or more are hurt after 2 earthquakes hit Venezuela this week. International aid efforts is mobilizing. The U.S. military and State Department sending support. And in Miami, volunteers with the Global Empowerment Mission are packing up relief supplies. And with the surge of food prices, it's harder for the everyday person to afford it. St. Mary's Food Bank tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, seeing a 15% increase in their visits in food banks compared to last year. There's still time to donate by texting the word food to 620-620. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check-in on traffic. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Patricia, still have the backup on the eastbound 101 Pima Freeway. Down motorcycle crash earlier has really backed things up now. DPS and ADOT crews just executing a traffic break to get the tow truck in next to this down motorcycle. Should clear out, but still, if you're coming off the North Stack, you still have heavy slowing. Eastbound 101, all due to a crash right near Cave Creek. Few extra minutes on your commute. Peoria and the 101, the Agua Fria Freeway, not on the main line, right near the underpass. Look for a crash there as well. John Roller, KTAR News, the Mike Broomhead Show, back in 60 seconds.
Every month, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher. Teachers unlock the doors to possibility. They transform lives with patience and a passion that knows no boundaries. So join us by texting the word teacher to 620-620. Nominate a deserving teacher for a $2,500 bonus. Imagine a world where every exceptional teacher is recognized for their remarkable impact. A world where their tireless efforts are acknowledged and valued. They are our unsung heroes. They are our teachers. Help us pay tribute to a teacher. It's all brought to you by our great friends, your Valley Toyota dealers. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving teacher. And we're going to head to their classroom and personally give them a $2,500 bonus. Pay tribute to a teacher is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Good morning, Gatos.
Oh, man, we're inching towards 1 million meals, my man.
I love to hear this. This.
It's so funny. You and I were texting each other last night, and we're talking about Outspoken against hunger, and we're raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank. And, man, I don't know if there's anybody more passionate than you and me and Bruce and everybody at the radio station trying to get 1 million meals into the hands of St. Mary's Food Bank. It is like my wife was joking with me. No one's allowed to talk to me unless they text food to 620-620, and then I'll take the conversation.
Yeah, I have a theory. About it.
Okay, all right.
Because we spend so much time talking about problems. whether it's a political debate or whatever else. When we can be
Right.
a part of a solution, when we can say to people confidently, you can donate to St. Mary's Food Bank, they're going to squeeze every penny out of every dollar, every minute out of every hour. We can confidently tell our listeners that trust us that this is a great place. The cause is just, and so is the vehicle. I think we finally get to be a part of something good instead of fighting all the time.
Yeah, because nobody agrees on almost anything.
Right.
It could be sporting events, it could be politics, whatever. This is something where, like, at least for 1 month in June, where we do this thing and we're outspoken against hunger. We ask you, hey, listen, $1 equals 5 meals. And so can you text food to 620-620? I got another challenge for the Broomhead listeners.
All right, what do we need?
Because here's the deal, man. We have today and Monday basically, and that's it.
Okay.
And so we've got some money to make if we're going to hit 1 million. Are there 10 people who could put $100 in and do that in the next 10 minutes?
Okay.
And you know what that means? That's $1,000. If you take $1,000 and you times it by 5, because that's the meals, right? $1 equals 5 meals.
Yep.
We'll get 5,000 meals. I think we can do 5,000 meals in the next 10 minutes if we get 10 of you to text food to 620-620, $100 each. If you can give less, hey, you do it. If you can give more, hey, you do it. But if we get 10 people, $100 each, that's 5,000 meals that we're going to send, and it gets us very, very close to that $1 million mark.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I for the people out there that say, I don't have 100, if you donate, this is one of the things we did over the last times we've been talking about this, is we get updates from the guys over at St. Mary's. Those $20 donations add up to the hundreds, that add up to the thousands. And we've had people jump in and donate 1,000 or even more. So I agree with you, man. If we can get this $1,000 in 10 minutes, I'm going to feel a lot better about this weekend.
I agree, because I think Monday is going to be heavy lifting. But hey, you know what? You never know. I mean, we've already won. We've got hundreds of thousands of meals that are going to be sent to St. Mary's Food Bank. But let's get them to 1 million. So you text food to 620-620. Feed children, you're feeding the elderly, you're feeding a lot of military members that are in line at St. Mary's Food Bank. That's outrageous. We can't have that. Text food to 620-620.
Yeah, and see, and much like your softball career, let's not be happy with the home run. Let's go for the grand slam, right?
Exactly. And of course, I've never hit a home run, so I'd like to do that once in a while in softball. I've hit the wall a few times, but yeah, I've never hit it over the wall. It really gets in my craw that I've never. All right, then enough about me. I can't get all excited about it.
Have a great weekend, man. Let's get some good news for Monday.
Text 2620.
Thanks, man. All right, that's Gatos.
Thanks, man.
The Big Q poll question brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. We are going to speak with Senator Werner in a few moments about strengthening the child welfare system. It happens here in just a moment. Summer's here. We are celebrating our 250th anniversary. Baseball, your D-backs are in action. And Sanderson Ford has got a great opportunity for you. If you are looking to buy, and listen to these vehicles, they have their employee pricing sale. First thing people say is when you have these sales, it's a gimmick. And it might be somewhere else. I can't speak for anyone else. I know this about Sanderson Ford. They never do gimmicks. They don't lie. They tell you the truth about availability, about pricing, about financing. They're number one in the nation in overall customer satisfaction. So during this employee pricing sale, Ford F-150 STX, the Bronco Big Bend, or the Explorer, employee priced under $42,000. If you want the Bronco Sport Big Bend, employee priced under $30,000. It is a great way to save money. Huge selection at Arizona's largest Ford dealer. Experience the customer service difference. It's all available. They are at 51st Avenue in Maryland in the West Valley, or online at SandersonFord.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Summer is the perfect time to immerse yourself in luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience the seamless, stress-free attention of your own personal shopping concierge, a dedicated partner committed to tailoring every detail to your life. Step inside the gorgeous Genesis GV80. Surrounding you are world-class amenities, intuitive technology, and the breathtaking performance of a truly refined luxury SUV. And now there has never been a better time. Drive home the exquisite GV80 3.5T with 0% APR financing now through July 6th. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today and add true luxury to your life.
Subject to credit approval, 0% APR for up to 48 months on new 2026 GV80 3.5T models through Genesis Motor Finance. $20.83 per thousand financed. Offers in July 6, 2026. See dealer for details.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, is your AC on its last leg, right? Don't sweat it. Trade it. Trade that clunker in, because right now you can get up to $3,000 off a brand new energy efficient AC system with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. It's their cash for clunkers offer. Plus, you can stay cool now and pay later with 0% financing for 18 months. Upgrade your comfort, lower your energy bills, but hurry. Limited time offer, conditions apply at dayandnightair.com. Dayandnightair.com.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock. I'm Patricia Valencia.
We'll be ready to respond to anything that comes.
The pocket fire is nearing 1,500 acres burned near Sedona with 0% containment. Public officials and fire crews speaking to the community last night.
Lieutenant Adam Simonson with the Coconino Sheriff's Office says CSO are keeping a close eye on high winds expected in the area and on how firefighters plan on responding.
The danger is very real, but we are in a set status right now. We're comfortable trying to get our community members back into the residences, get business owners back to their businesses to tend to them, but keep in mind that you're still in a set status. We could change at any moment.
Brian Kelly with APS says weekend power shutoffs are likely to take place in the area, especially near Tusayan and East Flagstaff, where the mix of winds and brush are the most concerning. Brandon King, KTAR News.
For a full list of those areas affected by the APS shutoffs, go to KTAR.com. A very, very slight chance of rain for the valley today. Most precipitation will be seen in the eastern parts of the state. Catherine Bereslovich with the National Weather Service Phoenix says that won't get no rain to cool us down. A dry weather service might do the trick.
Our temperatures are going to be coming down over the next few days, so at least for across the whole state, but specifically for Phoenix.
She says temperatures are expected to stay below 110 this weekend and into the start of next week.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The 21st Century Road to Housing Act looks to increase the U.S. housing supply and make housing more affordable, but President Trump said he won't sign it until Congress passes the Save America Act.
The Save America Act would restrict mail-in voting and requires documented proof of citizenship, something Arizona already requires, but not for federal elections. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says this disenfranchises voters.
He's connecting this to his perceived loss of the 2020 election. He lost the 2020 election. He thinks he won. He did not win. There's been multiple court cases, dozens and dozens of court cases over the 2020 election.
The Democrat says the election reform bill doesn't have enough bipartisan support to pass. He adds Trump doesn't understand the affordability crisis Americans are facing. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
After a lengthy meeting, Speaker Mike Johnson says he plans to send the bill to the president. It's unclear whether President Trump will sign. New violence in the Middle East and Iran fires a drone at a cargo ship sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, hitting and damaging the ship's bridge. The ship was transiting a southern part of the strait near the coast of Oman. And from ABC News, senior political correspondent Rachel Scott in Washington.
Iran has imposed new conditions forbidding ships from traveling outside of its approved shipping lanes. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also made it clear that if Iran tries to interfere with ships passing through the strait, that would be a violation of the agreement that the president just reached with Iran.
President Trump maintains that the strait is still open. And now let's check on those roads, see if they're flowing clear and open with John Roller. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, there's one spot where we're still keeping an eye on things, and that's all due to a serious crash involving a motorcycle on the eastbound side of the 101 Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek Road. And DPS investigating this crash, and that still has left lanes blocked, lean to the right to get around that. And we also have a crash at Peoria and the 101 Agua Fria Freeway. This is right near the underpass. And heads up over at ASU, Tempe fire headed to a first alarm mid-rise fire over right near Mill Avenue and University. John Roller, KTAR News.
For your Friday, we're looking at a 10% chance of rain, mostly sunny, though, with a high of 110. It's 91 degrees right now in Chandler. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values, strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, in studio with me to talk about the child welfare system. We'll go into the background in a moment is Senator Karen Werner. Thanks for coming in the studio.
Thanks for having me. It's always fun to be here.
Let's do a little of the background. We know that there were a few cases at DCS where the children had fallen through the cracks, and there was some criticism about multiple reports from schools that schools were making multiple reports. They weren't necessarily followed up on and investigated in time. And we know that nobody is perfect, but this is one of the agencies that's got to be as close to perfect as possible. Can we talk about these pieces of legislation and if you believe it addresses those problems?
Yes, absolutely. So 1127 was a bill that I ran, and it came out of the stakeholder meetings that we had last year related to we had 3 deaths in DCS care in 2025, which was absolutely horrific. But what we learned, and I'm very grateful for all the people that participated in the input. We had a significant amount of stakeholder meetings, and one of the things from the school, and that school participated in the stakeholder meetings as well, is they were reporting to DCS, and but they were not able to answer the questions that DCS was then asking them. And what people don't realize is that when you are a mandatory reporter, it's your just job to make the phone call and then answer the questions. It's up to DCS to make the decision whether it calls for action or not. So what was happening is there was the infamous 12 calls, and 11 calls did not meet the threshold for taking action. And what we learned from that is they had a form that the teacher would fill out, and then then they would have the social worker or administrator call it in. Well, they were not able to verify the information. So this law now says that the person that makes the phone call from the school has to have direct knowledge of the event. So the teacher now has to go make the phone call because it is so critical that they are able to answer the questions that DCS is asking.
So it's not a teacher going to the administration and the administration making the call. The person that witnesses or is told the information has to be the one that makes the call.
That is correct.
One of the things that I didn't understand, and if I get this wrong, please correct me, and that is that there's a threshold. So when somebody calls DCS, they had a legal threshold that if they met a certain threshold, then an investigation was launched. But if it didn't meet that threshold, there was no investigation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so the questions that are asked, it's a tool and it's in statute. And so they follow that. And it is an effective tool if the person's able to answer the questions. And I'll give you an example. So when Rebecca Baptiste was in the hospital, she had told them that she was getting beat on the bottom of her feet with a belt. Well, that is a crime. And so when DCS asked if that was happening, the person could not answer that question. And so, because in the state of Arizona, you can spank your kids. That is not a crime. And so, but when a belt is involved, that levels it up to a crime. And so it helps them make a decision of whether they need to send the investigators out or if it's a caseworker that comes out to do those interviews. And in her case, she should have not gone home with her dad that day. And so that is why it's so critical that the people that are making these reports are able to answer the questions that DCS is asking.
The frustration from the general public is that if you have 11 phone calls about one child, that should, it doesn't matter what the calls are about, that should trigger an investigation. Does this legislation mandate an investigation?
So what we did with that, because that is critical. And so in a different bill, a new legislation that passed, is now DCS will look at the last 90 days of phone calls. So whether they met the threshold or not. And the DCS worker will now be able to take that full 90 days into account when they are making the decision. Currently, the way the law is, they can only take that single call into account when they're making a decision. Now they're going to have the whole 90 days of calls, whether it met threshold or not, and also that of their siblings. So it's going to give them a fuller picture of what's really happening, and it will also arm them with the ability to send somebody out.
Okay, so and I just want to be clear so that people understand. It gives them the opportunity to have a better picture of what's happened. But is there a mandatory investigation that's launched? Is it mandatory to go and talk to the family at some point? And if not, why isn't it mandatory that you would say, we've got 6 calls about your child, we need to come and talk to you?
Yeah, so if there are multiple calls within a few month period, they are going to either send someone out or they're going to move that case to a different office so new people or fresh eyes are looking at this case. And so that has also been signed into law.
Okay, and the teeth in this, because you've been working on this for so long with all of this legislation, where is the teeth in this now that it didn't have before?
So the DCS didn't have the tools that they needed in order to take action. And now we have given them those tools to take action.
And is it what you've described to me, or is there more of it that's available to them?
Yeah, so we had 6 pieces of legislation that was passed, and some were significant. There was a lot of substance to each bill. So we also had one of the things that we see that happened is their attorneys. Their attorneys don't see the children often, and so we are wanting to. Back to Rebecca Baptiste, she should have never gone back to her dad. Right. The attorney was advocating for what she wanted, and she wanted to go back to her dad, and she went back to her dad and ultimately was killed. So what we did is that we gave the attorneys the ability to use substitute judgment and be able to communicate to the judge things that are happening without violating confidentiality, so that just like in an adult world, right? Your attorney can communicate to the judge something that's going on, and in the event that the attorney is uncomfortable doing that, they can now go get a guardian ad litem so that the judge has an awareness of what is going on. And that was taken from the Rebecca Baptiste case. So that was one more tool in the toolbox, not necessarily related to DCS, but to the people that are involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the SB 1631, it's about if a child discloses sexual abuse, is it mandated now that they receive a forensic interview?
Yes, it is now mandated to within 72 hours. So when there is a child that has been disclosing that something sexual in nature has happened to them, it's called an AFIT, so it's an advanced forensic interview, and that needs to happen within 72 hours because it's a critical time to capture the information so it doesn't get distorted. And if that child talks to multiple people about the event, it is also going to distort and maybe water down what really happened. And that came out of the Emily Pike case, from the time that she called 911, went to the hospital, was sent to a group home, it was almost a month before she was forensically interviewed. And so now that needs to happen within 72 hours.
And I don't want to mix the issues, but when it comes to mandatory reporting, one of the things that has been concerning to people that are professional investigators, or in this case, forensic interviewers, is that if a staff member, if a teacher, if somebody, an administrator says, before we make a phone call with this serious accusation, let's get some more information. And they actually kind of launched their own investigation, which is not necessarily an ideal thing to do. Does this require them? Are they required under mandatory reporting to make the call and let the professionals do the investigating, correct?
That is absolutely correct. They need to make the phone call and have the professionals come out. The only thing let's talk about the schools. So they have SROs. Now, you can report to an SRO. An SRO can ask who, what, where, when, but they still then have to call law enforcement. Law enforcement has to come out so that they can get the proper detectives, the proper people to come out and interview that child.
And then when it comes to the cases of sexual abuse and the accusation of sexual abuse and this interview process, you say it happens within 72 hours. Who mandates that it rises to that level, or if it's any level of sexual abuse? If it's impropriety, inappropriate behavior, it's automatically investigated.
That is correct. And so you have organizations that do these things. So law enforcement will have trained AFIT detectives. They will. Child Help has trained staff, and so this is something that is accessible, and that those things should happen within 72 hours to be able to properly take care of that child.
So, and I guess I'm asking you to speculate here, but do you feel good about this legislation, that if this legislation had been in place at the time, it would have saved some of these children's lives? Do you think it would have saved their lives?
It would have saved their lives, absolutely.
So the only question I had was about the mandatory investigation part of it. And I'm just, again, I don't know what the ins and outs of this. Would it have been a better approach to say we want mandatory investigations, or is that just not possible with the number of calls that go into DCS?
So we worked on that, and so when there's a specific number of calls in a period of time, they are going to now investigate it.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to, I know we're throwing everything at you, and we got to do it in a 10-minute segment, but I want people to understand what you're working on, and then what you believe that what problems it's solving. And you think, because everyone, when they read that there had been 11 unanswered phone calls, people just think, what the heck are they doing over there? Nobody really knew that there was a legal requirement or a legal threshold that they had to cross over. This helps lower that threshold and gives them a bigger picture. When there's multiple calls, it can trigger that investigation as opposed to meeting a legal threshold.
That is correct. And I think this is going to be life-saving for children who are being abused, because with being able to look at the cases, how many calls have come in, regardless of whether they were able to answer the questions or not, but they're seeing a pattern that there are multiple calls, and it's going to trigger something for them that, like, hey, we need to investigate this. Whereas previously they could only take that single call, and that was very problematic. And they get a lot of calls, which is a parent on parent. So they're trying to decipher a lot of things. And I think that with them being able to look at the multiple calls and see what has happened, even with the siblings, gives them a full picture. And then additionally, when calls have come in that over a certain period of time, that it moves to a different office, or they automatically send somebody out.
Well, I appreciate your work on this and you coming down to talk about it and some clarification. Hopefully this is going to solve some of these problems, because the cases are heartbreaking for everyone involved. But thanks for your work.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll talk World Cup in a moment. Stick around.
Hey, it's Bruce and Gatos, and we're outspoken against hunger. Every dollar donated provides enough food for 5 meals.
Our new goal, 1 million meals for Arizonans.
And don't forget, St. Mary's Food Bank provides millions of pounds of food to a network of more than 600 partner agencies all across Arizona.
It's the march to 1 million meals.
And you can join by texting FOOD to 620-620. That's FOOD to 620-620, and make your donation now.
Outspoken against hunger with Bruce and Gatos, benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank.
Message and data rates may apply.
Please be advised, you may want to stop eating the following foods immediately: broccoli, kale, bean sprouts, blueberries, quinoa, spinach.
Wait, what? I thought those were good for me.
Turns out, not for everyone, because what's healthy for one person can cause inflammation for another. And the only way to really know what your body needs is to listen to it.
Listen how?
That's where Viome comes in. Viome is a simple, at-home gut health test that looks at your body's real-time biology using RNA to understand what's happening inside you right now. When your results come in, you'll learn exactly which foods to eat, which to avoid, and which supplements are right for you, all based on the world's largest RNA-based human biology database and thousands of clinical research studies. And many people who use Viome report more energy, better digestion, and a better mood within months. So stop guessing. Start knowing. Learn more at Viome.com/gut. V as in Victor, IOME.com/GUT. And use coupon code GUTHEALTH50 to save $50 off your purchase. Viome. Trust your gut.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 9:18, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. The pocket fire nearing 1,500 acres burning near Sedona with zero containment. Public officials and fire crews speaking to the community last night. APS saying power shutoffs will take place over the weekend. For a full list of those areas affected by APS shutoffs, go to KTAR.com. And according to Governor Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding the education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from a military family's account. It would also avoid the ESA accountability initiative. You can read more at KTAR.com/education. And it just got a lot more expensive to buy Apple's new iPad and MacBook. Prices are going up more than $100. The MacBook Pro now starts at $2,000. Apple blames a shortage of AI chips. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Parker and Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Tune in to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels every Saturday at 2 p.m.
It's Gatos. Could you get fined for hiking in the heat? We'll tell you which city might crack down on that. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Join us at 2. Watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, scale of 1 to 10, Patricia. Now that you started watching some of those World Cup matches, what do you think? Scale of 1 to 10.
Up, man.
Me too. It is fun, right?
It's fun, and then also seeing all the other videos. Now that I've seen some of the World Cup, seeing the other videos, I'm much more appreciative of them.
Yeah, and this is so far, listen to these numbers. 3.6 million fans have attended matches this year. Now, that's not just the U.S., it's North America, but that's
a big number.
3.5 million people have been to matches so far. And the early stages, and again, I'm already talking like I know the sport, you know? I call it the pitch and not the field.
He's an expert now,
Yeah, I'm an
folks.
expert. I am. I'll be coaching.
All right.
2 weeks, I'll be a coach of a team. But the early round, this round robin is the one that the world isn't even as excited about. When they start the round of 32, when the knockout round happens, that's the real tournament. Everything else is kind of a play-in, you know? And so it's crazy that this fever pitch is hit here.
It's gotten huge.
It's insane.
I know. I saw the big parties going off here in Phoenix for the Mexico game.
Yeah. Which another thing I think that's great about where we are is that you're going to have, Team USA is still going to be the biggest draw, but we are so close to the Mexican border and we have so many people here from other parts of Central and South, Central America, that the Mexican contingent, it's so much fun to watch them.
They're very excited.
They are. I just, any country that cheers the way that, they lose their minds, and it's the best.
I think my favorite has been the Korean fans and the Mexican fans.
Yeah.
When they've had like their pictures together and stuff. And it's so fun.
To watch and this is what's funny, because this is the time where if anybody's out there complaining about cultural appropriation, you're out of your mind. Seeing the Korean fans, is it Korean, not Japanese, right? It's the Korean fans.
Korean fans.
They're wearing sombreros.
Right.
and serapes and mustaches.
It's so good.
And then they've got the Mexican fans doing Gangnam Style.
Yes, I did see that one too.
Here's something. This one, there's two things that are happening. I don't want to bring politics into it, but we do have to talk about it.
Okay.
FIFA is facing pressure to discipline Mexico because this is an ongoing thing that happens at games in Mexico. They are not politically correct like Americans are in some situations. So a chant that's causing stoppages during play in past past matches, and it is there was a chant by fans that includes a gay slur in Spanish.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, if we were, I would imagine if we were to use the gay slur F word in this chant. So apparently they have to stop the game when this happens. Well, I don't care who you are. If you've got 70,000 people in a stadium and this chant is happening and you stop the game, I don't think it stops the chanting. It makes it worse.
I was going to say,
instead of just ignoring it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how you're going to stop it.
Right. So now they're saying they want to, and I don't know if they mean punish the Mexican team. You can't, how do you punish the team over what the fans are saying?
Did you see that car that plowed through the Mexican fans?
Yeah, what was that? I didn't see who that person was.
I didn't see either, but I don't know if they were trying to get out of the, crowd or what, but they just
They were slowly going through a crowd, and people were trying to get them to stop. Why they were driving through a crowd, I don't know to begin with.
Yeah, it didn't look like a place that you could easily drive.
I don't know if they decided to speed up because people started beating on their car, but they sped up. They hit a pole.
It was awful.
It was awful.
It looked very.
But the politics of this, because I believe it's today, is maybe you can look it up. It's the Iranians are playing the Saudis today. I think it's the Iranian Saudis today. I'm glad you can look this up because I should have. I'm going to see for sure.
Let's see what we got. They play Egypt.
Egypt. So okay, yeah. So it's the Iranians and the Egyptians today. They're in Seattle, and this is the official Pride game.
Oh yeah, that is. Oh, that's right. I did see
So
this.
you've got two nations that have very strict laws against this, and I know they were kind of petitioning that this wasn't going to happen. But you are in a very, very progressive, liberal part of the country in Seattle.
Oh, no kidding.
And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's what it is.
Right.
And so they are going to come out in force. But you also are going to have all of these fans that traveled from Egypt and that have traveled from the Iranian Americans that want no part of this.
Yeah, that are there to see the World Cup.
Yeah. So now I want to see how the fan interactions are in the stands. Do the Pride crowd come out and make sure that they are even more over the top in the Pride event, or do they tone it down because they don't want to? I
think that the way that the World Cup is going, I think everybody's just going to celebrate on their own terms and what they want, and it'll go smoothly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping.
Okay.
I don't know.
I hope so too. Look at you being the optimist. All right, a quick reminder, hunger's real in our community, but you can help. Join Bruce and Gatos all month long. You've got a few days left. Outspoken Against Hunger for St. Mary's Food Bank. By the way, we put out the call, Patricia, to raise $1,000, and we're asking people to donate to get to 1,000. We are just under $1,000.
Oh, my gosh. We can do it. It's
we can
still
do
early.
it. So just text the word food to 620-620, and you can donate there. Coming up in just one moment, we are going to talk about the economy, but an op-ed piece written by a naturalized citizen with a big, big warning. We'll get to that here in just one moment. Sweet James, Accident Attorneys. If you are injured due to someone's negligence, we've established you need an attorney. We also understand you have a lot of choices. So before I put my name behind anything, I did my homework. I got to meet with James. I met with his staff. I know his team of people, and I know their hearts. They genuinely want to make sure accident victims are treated fairly by the insurance company. Many of them worked in the insurance industry and saw that insurance companies don't care about fairness. They want to get that case off their desk as quickly and inexpensively as possible. That's where Sweet James steps in. Been in practice for over 25 years. They have been to trial over 500 times. 98% success rate. 98%, even going to trial that many times. They've recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. I am one of those victims. I have an ongoing case with Sweet James right now. They take every case seriously. SweetJames.com. That's SweetJames.com or 800-9-million. 800-900-0000.
The KTAR News app gets you breaking news 24/7, plus streaming audio from Arizona's news station, short videos, viral clips, weather and traffic updates. Download the KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Jamie West here, and I know it can be difficult to find a place you can trust to care for your loved one. Look no further than Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Right now, take advantage of assisted living and early memory support move-in specials. For a limited time, private pay residents get 30 days of their base rate free. A community you can trust for the care your loved one needs. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 9:32. I'm Patricia Valencia.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. President Trump says it was Iran who carried out the drone strike on a cargo ship attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz, calling it a, quote, foolish violation of the ceasefire. In a post on Truth Social, he announced that the ship was able to proceed after one drone hit its upper deck and that the U.S. intercepted 3 other drones. Again, President Trump says Iran was behind the drone strike that recently hit a cargo ship crossing the Strait of Hormuz. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. As the Paca fire nears 1,500 acres burned, a public meeting was held in Coconino County, and fire officials, among them was Coconino County Supervisor Tammy Ontiveros.
I know that you want to get your doors open. I know you want to get back to business as soon as possible, and I know you want things back to normal. So I want to thank you for your continued patience and understanding.
Fire officials say they're expecting winds between 30 and 40 miles per hour this weekend, which will likely prolong their efforts, as residents should be keeping an eye on emergency alerts throughout the weekend. The fire remains at 0% containment as of this morning. And a body was found after authorities extinguished a fire near a canal in the area of 44th Street in Washington late last night. The Phoenix Police Department says they responded to an unknown trouble in the area just after midnight, where they found the blaze and later an adult male who's the cause of death. It's unknown. Details are limited on this ongoing investigation. We'll bring you more updates as we get them.
Eyes on education.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from military families' accounts. It would also avoid the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't part of the planning, but a targeted meeting is on the table. Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot in measure, claiming it misled voters that may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would void ESA accountability. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. And now for a check on traffic, we got John Roller. He's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, a little bit of good news to pass along. That earlier crash in the North Valley on the eastbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway had a down motorcycle crash there right near Cave Creek. That is fully cleared away. So all green conditions if you're coming off the North Stack heading into Scottsdale, and also that earlier Surface Street crash at Peoria Avenue and the Agua Fria Freeway, the Loop 101 in the West Valley, that too has cleared away. Traffic is brought to you by Primavera Online. High schoolers, make summer count with free online summer school at Primavera. Catch up or get ahead. Enroll now at freesummerschool.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
We have a 10% chance of rain for today and a high of 110. It is already 98 degrees in Mesa. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Mike Broomhead, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right. I thought this was an interesting piece that was written. It was an op-ed piece. I've made this comment before, and in context, you have to take it in context. It is my belief that if capitalism is going to be saved in America, it's going to be saved by legal immigrants to this country. And I believe it because so many people have fled poverty and have fled oppressive governments where they could never do the entrepreneurial things in their own country that they can do here. And that's backed up by so many people that I know personally. These are not just stories that I'm reading from others. These are people that I know. And as Marco Rubio said it, he was asked, what is his dream for America? And he said, my dream for America is what it should be for all of us. And he said that anyone from anywhere could accomplish anything. And that, I thought, was one of the most concise ways of talking about the American dream. There's an op-ed piece, and it was written by a Cuban American. He said, as America prepares to celebrate its 250th birthday, I find myself reflecting not only on this nation's remarkable journey, but also on my own. I was born in Cuba under a socialist system that promised equality and prosperity, but delivered scarcity, repression, and limited opportunity. At 16, my family left the island and embarked on a difficult journey through Central America in search of something millions around the world still seek today: freedom. My story's not unique. It goes on to talk about this. I've told stories that I've heard from Cuban refugees that I know that came here as Marielitos on the Mariel boat lift in the 70s. I was living in Southwest Florida on the Gulf side when they were landing. You know, it's only 90 miles from Key West to Havana. It's 90 miles from Cuba to South Florida. And when the deal was cut between the Carter administration and the Cuban government, at the time Fidel Castro, the numbers of Cubans that were willing to get on a boat and risk their lives with nothing except the clothes on their back to get off that island to come to the American dream, was staggering. And that's the American dream. I think every generation of immigrant to the United States, every generation of immigrant has been considered by many to be the bane of our existence, and it's a bad thing, and we have to support people. But what we've watched these generations of people do become the best among us. I think Marco Rubio is a great example of that. That Marco Rubio came here, his family came here from Cuba. Marco Rubio in his stump speech used to say, in front of people in large rooms, he would say, my father was a bartender, and he stood behind the bar at the back of the room so that I could stand up here at the front of the room. That's what happens with one generation of immigrants. To watch that happen. I'll give you another great example here in the state of Arizona. Congressman Juan Ciscomani down in southern Arizona, a naturalized American citizen, went through the immigration process, and his family became American citizens. He became a naturalized citizen. And now he serves, I think he's a great congressman, but he serves in Congress in southern Arizona. And those are American dream stories. So when you look at, and I've got some others, there are people, blue state leaders are angry. Supreme Court's decision on TPS, or temporary protective status. The U.S. Supreme Court, they're saying they're going to fight it. As a matter of fact, I think I have a little bit of this. This is Mamdani in New York City and what they plan to do in New York.
Today, the Supreme Court make a decision that is putting so many people's lives in jeopardy. And I just came back from a rally with 1199 as I stood alongside a number of Haitian New Yorkers who are concerned about what this means for their status in our city. And frankly, this city, the one that we love, is one that has been built by so many from so many different parts of the world. And that includes our Haitian brothers and sisters, our Syrian brothers and sisters. And we stand here ready to be in solidarity with all of those who are concerned by today's decision. And beyond just language of solidarity, actions of solidarity.
And so they have a right. This is one of the things that I love about the 50 United States and I love the fact that the Constitution protects your right of individuality. I am a states' rights person. If New York wants to be a sanctuary state, God bless them. Let them be a sanctuary state. But you are watching the economic and the social policies of a lot of these states are driving people out. California and its oppressive tax system. People are fleeing. They're going to Nevada. Nevada is right next door. And in Nevada, they don't have a state income tax, and California continues to hammer anybody with wealth. Why wouldn't wealthy people that have the means to get out and not spend so much money in taxes and go to Nevada? California's a beautiful place, but if you're going to be robbed of all the money that you have, the sanctuary policies, when you implement sanctuary policies, there are people that are going to say, we don't want to be a sanctuary state or a sanctuary city. I am someone that if you listen to me talk long enough about this topic, I will tell you that I believe we should have a very robust immigration system, that we should be allowing good people to come here. But when you have what you're seeing in these policy differences, whether it's taxes and how they're going to punish the wealthy, or we're going to do what we need to do to welcome in the wealthy, it's two different things. And it's two different ideologies. And it's one of the differences that I like the most. Arizona is fiercely independent from other places. If you are born in Arizona, which I am not, but I've been here for over 31 years. If you're born in Arizona, if you're a multi-generational family in Arizona, they take great pride in the state. They take great pride in their legacy and their history, and they should. We all know Texas. If you're not born in Texas, you're not a Texan. You get that. Arizona is as patriotic about the Arizona flag as Texas is about the Lone Star flag. And it's an amazing individuality. We don't want to be New Mexico. No offense. No, I don't mean it as an insult. We don't want to be California. We don't want to be Nevada or Florida or Texas. We want to be Arizona, and the Constitution protects that. But along with your decisions, and we've watched it happen here in Arizona over the years, in the last decade, 8 years of the last decade in which it was the Ducey administration, there was a laser focus on two things when it came to the economy. One of them was reduction in regulation, over 3,000 regulations reduced, and the other was flattening the tax base. And it didn't get all the way to zero, but it is way down, which is a great thing. So now we have an opportunity to entice business and industry, which we have. I have a story in front of me, another tech company, another chip company buying land near TSMC. That is enticing business friendly. There are other states, California and others, New York, punish the rich, tax the rich, pay your fair share, and those businesses leave. They're entitled to their ideology, absolutely entitled to their ideology. But I just think ours is much better. I think that punishing wealth is never a good idea. All right, what we're going to do in just a moment is we're going to talk about something that is turned into a huge ordeal. We'll get to that huge ordeal coming up here in just a couple of moments. Real quick, though, 700 donors one day, Sunday, July 5th. Vitalent, Saving Arizona Blood Drive. Tempe Center for the Arts, 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Go to the contest page at KTAR.com where you can sign up to donate. If you want to lose the weight, get your summer body, your bathing suit season, your bathing suit body ready. It's time at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Red Mountain Weight Loss has helped me, and it's helped many other people lose the weight. These are doctor-overseen programs. These are doctors that specialize in medical weight loss. Now, they are waiving their startup fee on all of their programs. And you're going to have a program where you get meal plans, you get oversight from a doctor that specializes in weight loss to get you to your goal weight. You're going to spend less money at Red Mountain Weight Loss for the entire program than you are for just the medication from the telehealth places. It is a great way to get started to lose the weight in a healthy way, overseen by doctors with the meal plans that come along with it. Feel good about what you see in the mirror. Isn't that the goal? Like that body that you have. Get that body back that you want. Two ways to make an appointment. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. You can make an appointment there, even a video appointment if you want, or dial pound 250. Use the key phrase, Red Mountain.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
All right, show of hands. Who's got that leak at home, right? A clog you've been ignoring. I know. Been there at Casa VC. No more. Because right now, you can get $75 off any plumbing repair with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Yep, from small fixes to major repairs, the day and night expert plumbers are ready to get things flowing again quickly, reliably. Don't deal with plumbing problems when you can get $75 off right now. Any plumbing repair at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Schedule online at dayandnightair.com.
Every month, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher. Teachers unlock the doors to possibility. They transform lives with patience and a passion that knows no boundaries. So join us by texting the word teacher to 620-620. Nominate a deserving teacher for a $2,500 bonus. Pay tribute to a teacher is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. KTAR News Flash.
At 9:47, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. New this morning, violence in the Middle East as Iran fires a drone at a cargo ship sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, hitting and damaging the ship's bridge. President Trump maintains that the strait is still open. The president now saying that Iran is who carried out the drone strike. And food is getting expensive, and St. Mary's Food Bank says they're seeing a 15% increase in visits to their food banks compared to last year. There's still time to donate to Outspoken Against Hunger by texting the word food to 620-620. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Introducing healthcare coverage with care built in. AZ Blue does more than pay for care. We help deliver it. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue give you exclusive access to Prosano Healthcare Centers. With 10 convenient locations and $0 healthcare at Prosano Healthcare Centers included in the premium, you'll get more care from your health plan. Prosano Health Plans by AZ Blue. Learn more at azblue.com/Prosano Plans. That's azblue.com/Prosano Plans.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. Are you safer in a self-driving vehicle or with your lead foot and caffeinated rage at the helm? We'll tell you what Waymo's latest status shows. That's tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News, right here on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and the app.
You know, with we got a war going on in the Middle East still. We got a peace agreement we're trying to get. We've got ships trying to get oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. We've got the Iranians acting up. But if you really want to talk about something serious, Patricia, and a very serious issue, we got measles. We got to talk about the measles later.
What's so serious?
The reflecting pool.
Oh, I thought we would never talk about it. It's such a tough subject.
So what I
Is it
find
still reflecting?
No.
Are people reflecting on it?
Yes, they are. They are reflecting on it. What is so funny about this is the people that are so happy that it's got algae and it's been vandalized, and people that question whether it was really vandalized. I'm going to read a headline.
You know what's really funny? I just thought of right now. That's ironic. Is the people that are saying all this stuff is bad is happening to it are probably environmentalists.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So I'm going to talk about a story that an opinion piece that was written in the Republic. Bill Goody Kuntz, and I don't know. I've never met Mr. Goody Kuntz. I'd like to. He's been reading his stuff for
Heard
years.
Heard his name many times.
Yeah, and
how can you forget?
I just don't know him, but I would like to meet him because he's been doing this. He's kind of iconic here in the Valley. Lincoln Reflecting Pool offers a perfect reflection of Trump.
They are reflecting on
it. Before the Lincoln Memorial Reflecting Pool mess imploded on Donald Trump. Seriously, has no one called this Poolgate yet, or have I just missed it? It became the most fitting metaphor for his presidency imaginable, as it embodies all of his learned at the foot of Roy Cohn leadership tactics that were an easy way out. And it turns out, according to the National Park Service, that it was vandalized.
Yeah, I did see that,
That somebody cut the liner, and it was vandalized.
The NPS or something.
And so now, again, if you're going to accuse the NPS of saying lying, and then there are people pouring algae in it. We played, and I don't want to dig it up again. There were protesters. There were protesters cheering on the algae. Let's go, algae.
Yeah,
let's go. And I thought, who's algae?
He has some great supporters.
But this, I understand. Listen, I absolutely get it. I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. I don't hate him like other people hate him. I don't agree with everything he says or does or the way he says or does it. And I'm critical when I think it's necessary to be critical. But I do not understand the level of hate that people have toward him. That you're either happy that this happened or blame him for it. Because it's just a fair comparison. When President Obama was in office, the Lincoln Memorial or the Reflecting Pool was a disaster, an absolute disaster. How many stories did we ever see about it? I didn't see any stories about it until this happened. So the idea, first of all, it was all this money that's being spent. And look at that ugly color. It's blue instead of gray. Oh, my gosh, this is awful. What are you doing? And all the president said was, we're celebrating 250 years. I want that thing looking good for the 4th of July.
How horrible.
How awful. So I understand the criticism when it's warranted. I really do. There are plenty of things that Donald Trump does and says that for the people that don't like him, he gives you ammunition almost on a daily basis.
You know, now that I think about it, I've never seen anybody get more hate on that house.
Right.
Than Donald Trump with everything that he's doing to it. I've never seen more updates on what's going on with it.
Sharp knife or razor used to cut the reflecting pool liner, according to the National Park Service. This is from thehill.com, which is not known as a conservative publication. Reflecting pool liner was cut with a sharp knife or razor. This is a story from AP News.
It was a clean cut. If you saw the picture of it, like you could tell it didn't look like something was just peeling off.
So they now have they've installed AI cameras. And they have got people patrolling because you have idiots.
Probably wasting more of our taxpayer dollars because we have to patrol it now for vandalism.
There's a guy that I haven't met. I don't know him. But we correspond often, and he's very cordial, and we have a very cordial back and forth about things. Posted a picture of the White House, of the Capitol building on January 6th. And wanted to know about, these people get away with this thing. But let's talk about the reflecting pool. Both are horrible. I was in this studio with tears in my eyes when I was watching Americans damage the Capitol building. I thought it was a horrible thing to do. How is this any less horrible? The National Mall, you've been there. Did you or did you not cry when you went there?
Oh, it was amazing.
It was incredible.
I was very emotional being there. I
get emotional every time I go. Every time I go.
Yeah, if you've never been there, it is experience.
And so this president fixes the reflecting pool. You can't have him successfully do anything. So you're either going to cheer on the algae that somebody put in there, or you're going to cheer on the fact or cover up the fact that somebody vandalized a national memorial.
Why don't they put that much effort into protesting healthcare fraud?
Why would you do that? Come on. Makes no sense. Let's go algae.
Oh, okay.
It's got a ring to it.
Yeah,
Let's go algae.
Does.
It's
wear a nice green shirt.
Yeah, right. What else would you wear to cheer on algae? All right, very quickly, the Amazing Arizonans podcast is available right now, and it is really a terrific project. I'm so happy with it. I want to thank Resolution Copper for being our title sponsor. The Amazing Arizonans podcast will tell you the stories of great Arizonans that have been here for their entire lives and some that came here and made a difference in our lives. They are terrific stories. They are available at the KTAR YouTube channel, the KTAR news app, or anywhere you download podcasts. And again, thank you to Resolution Copper. Check it out. We'd love to hear from you and what you think. Here's what we're going to do. Earlier this week, most people understand there's been a rift between the county recorder's office and the county board of supervisors regarding elections and who has the legal authority to do what in elections. Court case, judgment, stay on the judgment. It's been back and forth, but we are in the middle of an election. We had Thomas Galvin from the Board of Supervisors in studio yesterday. But of course, to get you both sides of the story, the county recorder, Justin Heap, is going to join us just after 10 o'clock to give the perspective from the recorder's office. We will talk with him about that perspective in just a moment. Window World, listen, cooling your home, keeping your home cool, adding value to your home, new windows and doors do that. If your AC recycles very quickly, if your AC goes off, your home heats up very quickly, chances are the culprit is windows and doors. The highest quality. Listen, Window World is a national brand. So here's what they are able to do. They are able to sell you a high-quality product at a much lower price without the gimmicks. You listen to the other people and what they say. This month's special, we have a special on this and 10% off on that. At Window World, they just say, let's give them a fair price. Let's not do a high-pressure sales pitch. We're going to give you the price. And it's a real lifetime guarantee. The guarantee is only as good as the company that puts it there. It's a family-owned business for generations here in the Valley. Window World honors that. If something happens, they take care of it. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Get a quote from them. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Simply the best for definitely less.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots. He scores.
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
I feel fantastic thanks to Soda. Hi, Joe Huizenga. I'm 25 pounds lighter, and I owe it all to Soda and their dynamic diet. Soda's nutritionists are specially trained to customize a diet to each person. We've all got different food responses, lifestyles, and habits. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. Soda's dynamic diet highlights their personalized approach. If you're going on vacation this summer, your Soda nutritionist will be there for you. They can guide you with what to eat while on vacation. They're there to share great food items like steaks, chickens, dips, even alcoholic beverages you can enjoy so you have a great time, maintain your weight, and still have a great vacation. Plus, if you join now, your partner joins for free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. SodaDietNutrition.com. That's SOTA dietnutrition.com or their phone number, 866-800-SODA. Soda is, say it with me,
State
of the art.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock. I'm Patricia Valencia. New violence in the Middle East as Iran fires a drone at a cargo ship sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, hitting and damaging the ship's bridge. The ship was transiting the southern part of the strait near the coast of Oman. More from ABC News' Rachel Scott.
Iran has imposed new conditions forbidding ships from traveling outside of its approved shipping lanes. Now, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has also made it clear that if Iran tries to interfere with ships passing through the strait, that would be a violation of the agreement that the president just reached with Iran.
President Trump maintains that the strait is still open. The president says it was Iran who carried out the drone strike. And at Flagstaff Sinagua Middle School, Coconino Forest and County officials giving updates to the community on the pocket fire burning near Sedona.
In addition to the terrain around Sedona, winds are the major factor delaying efforts on the pocket fire, according to Mark Struthwolf with the National Weather Service.
With this wind event coming and smoke on the fire on the ground, we'll see smoke coming into Flagstaff area. How much smoke? That's a difficult question because how much fire is going to be on the ground during this event.
Operations Section Chief Chris Locksterman adding that those gusts could be up to 40 miles per hour by Sunday. He was among many officials thanking residents for their patience during the closure of parts of State Route 89 and urging them to stay alert if the fire picks up. Brandon King, KTAR News.
As of this morning, the fire is 0% contained and has burned almost 1,500 acres. With the surge of food prices, it's harder for the everyday person to afford it. President and CEO of St. Mary's Food Bank, Milt Luce, tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos they're seeing a 15% increase in visits to the food banks compared to last year. There's still time to donate to Outspoken Against Hunger by texting the word food to 620-620. Every $1 you donate helps provide 5 meals to those in need.
Highlight on housing.
On Wednesday, President Trump canceled the signing ceremony for a bill aimed at lowering the cost of housing and increasing the housing supply. Free-range political analyst Chuck Todd tells Arizona's Morning News to explain why it was a win for Democrats.
He canceled the signing the day after the Democrats said, hey, we're going to make sure to show you how potentially unready that party is to govern.
President Trump said on Truth Social that he canceled the signing until Congress passes the Save America Act.
Eyes on education.
A special session may be in the works for Arizona lawmakers addressing a last-minute education ballot measure.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from a military family's account. It would also void the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't a part of the planning, but a targeted meeting is on the table.
I don't know what an ultimate special session will cover, but I know that's part of the conversation happening right now.
Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot measure, claiming it misled voters that may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would void ESA accountability. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education. And now let's go check on the roads with traffic. Here's John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Patricia. The North Valley, we had quite a bit of slowing earlier this morning from a crash involving a downed motorcycle on the eastbound 101 Pima Freeway right near Cave Creek. That has since been cleared away. So if you are in the North Valley, need to get over to Scottsdale, you are good to go. And we only have light slowing on the eastbound I-10 right at the 202 South Mountain transition coming into the downtown area on the eastbound side of I-10. That is it. Not bad at all. And East Valley, you are quiet. Surface streets are quiet as well. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event. It's going on right now. John Roller, KTAR News.
We'll see mostly sunny skies for your Friday, but still that 10% chance of rain and a high of 110 for today. It's 97 degrees in Casa Grande, triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values, strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, the controversy continues, and there has been a controversy, and there's been I would say, a disagreement for a long time between the county recorder's office and the Board of Supervisors as to who does what legally when it comes to elections in Maricopa County. There was a lawsuit. There was a judgment that a judge sided with, in large part, with the county recorder, who joins us now. Thanks for coming down.
Happy to be here, Mike. Thanks.
And so the court sided with you. The county board of supervisors ended up in an appeals court saying that, can we wait until after the election's over? A judge put a stay in place. And so there's still been a battle. The Arizona State Supreme Court has asked both of you to submit briefs. Has that been done?
That's been done. Yeah, that was done yesterday.
And is there any timeline they've given you on when they will render a decision or render an opinion?
No, they haven't stated that. They clearly think it's expedited. They gave us basically from the order 3 days to have our briefs in, which is in court speak an incredibly short amount of time. So I think the Supreme Court definitely sees, look, this has got to be resolved here because we're in the middle of an election. We can't have this confusion. So I'm optimistic it'll come pretty soon, but we'll see how the court rules.
And weren't some of the statements from the Supreme Court, and I don't know that they can order it, but weren't they concerned and said, why don't you guys get mediation? You guys should be able to settle this yourself. Is that kind of the opinion we've heard from some of the justices?
Yeah, that was one of the order that they voted. So we actually were set for mediation. We went in front of the judge. The board even actually said they wanted mediation. They recommended the judge who was ultimately appointed to do that mediation. We were scheduled for that, and then when the appellate court issued the stay, they backed out of mediation. So we said we were willing to go. But they weren't willing while the stay was in place. Now, one of the things the Supreme Court did is they lifted it in part to say, hey, that can still go forward in the court. So we now have a new order for us to go to mediation, and we'll see what the board does.
Yeah, and because we're in the middle of a primary and early ballots have gone out, I want to get to the election part of this in a few moments, but I want to clear up for the people that are listening that don't understand the controversy. One of the supervisors, Thomas Galvin, was in yesterday with us, and he kind of laid out the differences. You're in charge of early balloting. They're in early voting, getting the envelopes out, collecting the envelopes. They're in charge of tabulation. And I asked him, do you believe that this is going to get done? And he said, I believe both sides are going to do their job. Do you have the same confidence? Because there was a statement that was made that anything that goes wrong in this is at the feet of, and I'm paraphrasing, at the feet of the Board of Supervisors. Are you anticipating that something's not going to go right?
Well, I can never predict what may happen in an election, but what I can say is that the board and Mr. Galvin keeps coming out and acknowledging that yes, the recorder is responsible for early voting and the early voting locations. He's correct on that. The law does. However, this has been the point of contention: is the board is continuing to run the early voting sites. They have not provided me with the staff or direction, and in fact, when we have tried to manage the early voting sites, which by law belong to the recorder, they send instructions to their poll workers and their staff not to regard anything the recorder directs. So, I can say for the things that are directly under us, the mail-in voting, the signature verification, everything that is clearly under us will be run smoothly and well. I have sent a list to the county manager of a long list of problems we found with the setup and how those early voting sites are being run, and asking them to address it. But hopefully, if the court lifts the stay, these will be returned back to the lawful control of the recorder.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but are you concerned that they are not either equipped or they are not prepared to do that part that you're saying they're doing? That's your job as far as the early voting sites and manning those sites. Is it just that it's your job and not theirs, or do you not believe they can do the job?
Well, I think one of the problems with the board asserting these authorities and doing it. Look, I've said from the very beginning, the problem, especially for Tom Galvin, is Tom Galvin can't be the solution to any of our problems, because Tom Galvin has never acknowledged that we have any problems. Even after 2022, where half our polling locations went down on election day, probably tens of thousands of people were disenfranchised, he came out and said, we are the gold standard for elections in the country. Okay. Well, the voters don't think that we're the gold standard. In fact, that's why they voted me to come in and address and fix many of the problems that we have been seeing for almost a decade at this point. And unfortunately, Mr. Galvin and the board have been the biggest obstacle to allowing me to do that. They have, from the very beginning, they have deprived my office of the resources, the staff, and my lawful authority to be able to make the changes that I think the voters are demanding. So,
and you're talking about that specifically would be the early voting sites.
Right now, that is the current issue. Obviously, the lawsuit deals with quite a few issues, but right now, the in-person early voting sites, the law clearly says belong to the recorder. The board is saying that, and yet they're also saying, but we have to manage them now while this stay is in place.
I want to get to in a few moments. I promise you, I want to talk about the elections because I think to the voters, that's the most important part. We no offense, we don't care who does what. We just want to make sure it's done right and it's done, legally, and it's done accurately and it's done quickly as possible. I do want to clear up because I said some things on the show that I want you to be able to say, rebut or at least answer for because I want to give you the opportunity. When the piece of equipment was taken by people from your office and the videos were released. And then there were some envelopes that were taken. I never accused any illegality, but I did say it was a bad look, that it didn't look good. And so I want you to be able to address that because I know that the equipment was returned, the envelopes were returned. But can you address what that was and then tell us what that was? Because in just what we saw in the video, I said it didn't look good. So can you tell us what really happened?
Sure. Well, look, the board has essentially tried to manufacture this crisis really to make a political point here. What people need to understand, first of all, this edited video that the board released is 3 months old. This is not a recent video, and essentially this is all that happened. Is we had a high definition scanner that our office purchased. It was in storage at MECTEC in a storage room used by the recorder's office. We've submitted all the proof to the county that it's owned by us. It was never owned by them, and it was not in use during this election. I've heard members of the board try to say, oh, this is a tabulator or it's a ballot scanner. It isn't. It's a high definition scanner that can read and sort barcodes. And so all that happened in this case was my staff went to get a piece of equipment that we intend to use for this election cycle to speed up the processing of provisional ballots. There really isn't any wrongdoing here. This is just, they simply had this video and they have tried to portray this, which is just an incredibly normal, just our workers doing their job. All of the county equipment is stored at MECTEC. Equipment goes in and out of that building every day. The fact that the board held on to this for 3 months and then released it right now at the same time they were asking the appellate court to stay the ruling because it would be chaos. And so they put it. What really bothers me, though, about this is that the board really is talking out of all sides of their mouth on this because I've heard Tom keep saying, oh, this is a criminal matter. There's a criminal investigation going on. But when they were in court just last week, the judge asked their lawyer, has there been any criminal referral? And they said, no, there isn't any criminal referral.
But is there an investigation?
They did a private, HR investigation.
But it's not a criminal investigation.
Well, the board is certainly saying it's a criminal investigation.
Okay.
But like I said, nothing is going to come of it. We can show that we own this equipment. There was nothing improper that happened. No live ballots were involved in any of this. All their record shows is that some white envelopes, we made photocopies of the barcodes on some white envelopes. These are just ballot affidavit envelopes, not live ballots. Look, this is a completely manufactured crisis that the board is putting out to try to score points in a political fight with the recorder. The sad thing about it is that my employees who are just doing their job are now being publicly named and targeted and slandered by the board to make it. And I think if the board has things to say, they want to make political attacks, they need to make it on me, not use the bully pulpit to attack employees of the office.
So the last question on this, and we'll get to the elections, the last question is then what happened to the equipment? Because I heard from the board that the equipment couldn't be used anymore. They had to purchase something to replace it. What happened to that piece of equipment?
I think really that's absurd. I mean, this is not tabulation equipment. This is just a high definition scanner. This whole notion that it was tampered with and therefore we needed to replace it is really a ridiculous cover. Here's what really happened: is that after they claimed that we had taken their scanner, we provided documentation that shows they don't own it. They've never owned this scanner. It was always owned by the recorder's office. And when they realized, oh, we don't even own the equipment that we're now complaining that the recorder used, it belongs to the recorder, they needed to ask for a new scanner to be purchased separately that only their office owns because they have no paperwork. So this whole notion that, oh, it's tampered with, it's violated, what is it that they think I would do with a scanning machine that would have any effect on the election, or would I want to? Why would I somehow sabotage my own equipment?
Is it still in use?
No, the board is still holding on to it. They haven't returned it back to us.
So they have it.
They still have it. And again, even though we can show that it's ours, even though we can show that the reason why we were moving this scanner is that the board has refused to allow us to spend money to buy sorting equipment to speed up the provisional ballot purchase.
Okay.
And so we looked through our inventory of things we had. We had this scanner that has a sorting function. So we said, look, we can probably use the equipment we have to speed up this process. So in this case, unfortunately, the board is both the author of all of this, and they've manufactured this only to score political points. There's never been any compromise or issue on any election issue, and they know it, and yet they keep going forward because it's good PR for them.
All right, so early ballots have gone out. We are going to talk with the county recorder about if you've gotten a ballot or if one's on its way to you. We'll talk about the election itself coming up here in just a moment. Real quick, let's talk about Life Changer Loan and what it does for you. Life Changer Loan is helping really do that, change people's lives. Not everybody qualifies. Good payment history, good credit. If you qualify for Life Changer Loan, it's going to help you in two very significant ways. I just got another testimonial from someone. Life Changer Loan is called banking inside your mortgage, and they will give you Shane will give you and his team will give you the details of what that actually means. But the average Life Changer Loan client is paying their mortgage off in 5 years without changing anything about their spending habits. Imagine all the interest you pay on your mortgage throughout the years of that 30-year mortgage and what you can save by paying it off much faster. My favorite part of what Life Changer Loan does is giving you 24/7 access to your equity. It's your equity. You should be able to get to it if you need it or if you want it. And that's what Life Changer Loan does. It is changing people's lives. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. That's LifeChangerLoan.com.
Road Trip with amazing Arizonans from KTAR. Mike Broomhead talks hospitality and great food with Jeff Mastro and Oliver Baggio. Running a zoo with Wildlife World Zoo's Christy Hayden. How to make it as a farmer in the valley with Schnepp Farms Mark and Carrie Schnepp. These episodes plus a lot more conversations between Mike Broomhead and amazing Arizonans on the podcast page at KTAR.com, on our YouTube channel, and on the KTAR News app. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 10:18, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. The pocket fires nearing 1,500 acres burned near Sedona with zero containment. Public officials and fire crews speaking to the community last night. APS saying power shutoffs will take place over the weekend. For a full list of those areas affected by the APS shutoffs, you can go to KTAR.com. And a record number of travelers are expected at airports over the 4th of July holiday. Major airlines anticipating more passengers than ever. Between yesterday and July 6 million will be flying the friendly skies. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at Wall Street right now, the Dow is up 76 points, S&P 500 is up 15, and the NASDAQ is up 50. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Please be advised. You may want to stop eating the following foods immediately: broccoli, kale, bean sprouts, blueberries, quinoa, spinach.
Wait, what? I thought those were good for me.
Turns out, not for everyone. Because what's healthy for one person can cause inflammation for another. And the only way to really know what your body needs is to listen to it.
Listen how?
That's where Viome comes in. Viome is a simple, at-home gut health test that looks at your body's real-time biology using RNA to understand what's happening inside you right now. When your results come in, you'll learn exactly which foods to eat, which to avoid, and which supplements are right for you, all based on the world's largest RNA-based human biology database and thousands of clinical research studies. And many people who use Viome report more energy, better digestion, and a better mood within months. So stop guessing. Start knowing. Learn more at Viome.com/gut. V as in Victor, IOME.com/GUT. And use coupon code GUTHEALTH50 to save $50 off your purchase. Viome. Trust your gut.
Summer is the perfect time to immerse yourself in luxury at Genesis of Scottsdale. Experience the seamless, stress-free attention of your own personal shopping concierge, a dedicated partner committed to tailoring every detail to your life. Step inside the gorgeous Genesis GV80. Surrounding you are world-class amenities, intuitive technology, and the breathtaking performance of a truly refined luxury SUV. And now there has never been a better time. Drive home the exquisite GV80 3.5T with 0% APR financing now through July 6th. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today and add true luxury to your life.
Subject to credit approval, 0% APR for up to 48 months on new 2026 GV80 3.5T models through Genesis Motor Finance. $20.83 per thousand financed. Offers in July 6, 2026. See dealer for details.
Mike Broomhead, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, we have in studio with us Justin Heap, the county recorder from Maricopa County, and we have just been talking about the rift and some of the back and forth between the board and between the recorder's office. I do want to talk about the election so that the voters can feel good about what's happening. We were talking off the air. It's been over 1 million ballots. Early ballots have already been mailed out to people, and the process has already begun. So can you explain the process a little bit and your portion of what's happening right now?
Sure. So, legally, the recorder is responsible for early voting. That includes the mail-in voting and the in-person early voting locations. So, like you said, 1.4 million ballots went out on Wednesday morning. So they're with the post office now. I know people are already receiving it. Usually, it's between 3 and 5 days for the post office to get those ballots out. So. For those that want to vote at home, they now have it. They can, and there's a couple of different things that they can do. So we now have certain options, so they can fill it out, sign it, put it back in the mail like they would a normal vote. They can also go into a polling location and put it in a drop box. This year, though, we actually do have another option. There was a change in the law. I would encourage voters to do this. It does make the system, I think, easier on all sides. Now voters, if they want to go into one of the early in-person voting locations, they have the option to go in, show ID, and if they verify their ID and their information, then their ballot envelope can be stamped ID verified. And if they do that, then it bypasses the signature verification and possible curing and all those other things and makes sure their vote gets counted by Election Day. So we're encouraging people to request that if that makes them feel more comfortable. But either way, things should move fairly smoothly for the voters.
I really like that because I'm one of those early voters that goes to an early voting location, and I did show my IDs. I got the right ballot, and then I had to put it in the envelope, and it had to go through the signature verification. And I know that kind of slows down the vote count. I like the idea that they can verify my signature and stamp that on the envelope so it gets counted in a timely fashion.
Yeah, I think it's also especially helpful during if we can encourage people on Election Day to use this option. One of the reasons why Maricopa seems to take so long to vote is because Arizona law allows you to hold on to your mail-in ballot all the way until Election Day and then drop it off in a box. And that means that after an election, we could have 200, 300 or more thousand late early ballots that are just getting to us that don't come to us the next day, and then we still have to process them, do signature verification, and do that. If voters on Election Day come in and show ID, get the ID verified stamp, we can avoid that process. They'll go straight to pre-tabulation, and we can help speed up results even more.
Another thing we were talking about a few moments ago, I'd like the audience to be clear on, because I think in the end for voters, they just want to make sure it's done the right way and that we're not going to have a mess when this is all over. Earlier in the last segment, we talked about that right now the Board of Supervisors are running the early locations, which is the purview of your office. Is there a danger that a candidate or a voter is going to come out and say, the wrong people were running these locations, I dropped my ballot off at these locations, this election should be null and void? Is that a possibility?
Well, I think it's always a possibility that someone can sue. Anyone can bring a lawsuit and ask, and it's possible that will happen. I think there's some limitations on that. Even if it is the case that the board's management of early voting locations or in-person early voting locations is unlawful, that's really not enough for the court. The court's going to have to say, okay, but show us how the way it was run affected the outcome and that it would have harmed your ballot. So, I mean, that there's always a case. It has been a pattern that after every election, there's usually a few lawsuits and challenges that come up, and we'll face those as they go.
So what would happen if, let's say, the courts made a decision or there was a settlement between you and the Board of Supervisors, and they said, okay, you're right. The board, as you say, the law states that you are supposed to be in charge of the early voting locations. What about the staff that's there now? Do they change, or do they just answer to you?
That's it, really that we wouldn't need to change equipment or anything. What the voters need to understand, I understand this, this legal fight between the recorder and the board makes people concerned. But really, it's not for the voter-facing part of it. It's the voters are not going to know any difference. The mail-in ballots will still go out. The early voting sites will be run. What this is really about is what side actually has the lawful authority to run. So even if the court mid-election said, no, we agree, we're going to enforce that ruling, it needs to go back to the recorder, staff aren't going to change, equipment's going to change. It would just be that same staff and equipment would report to the recorder instead of to the board during early voting. And then when it switches over during emergency and election day, it would switch over to the board. But, the voters aren't going to see that. And even the poll workers, that's an internal and a legal fight. Obviously, both sides, as much as we may disagree, both of us want to see a good and clean and fair run election. This is really just about, is one party taking over lawful duties that the other one is supposed to be in charge of?
Is it also about accountability in this sense? If you're responsible for the early voting locations and you aren't running the early voting locations, if there's a problem, the responsibility falls on you, but you aren't really the one that has control. Has that been your position?
That's a great question, yeah. And that I think that does sum up. And for that is the concern, is that, like I said, if the board does not allow me to run the early voting locations, there's problems. I think not only will they say accountability, I think the board will accuse me of having caused the problem when they were the one in charge of the site. So I think accountability is the right word. I think a lot of the problems that we have had in this election is that Arizona does have a bifurcated system. I support that. I think the board has functions and the recorder has functions. The problem has been that when things go wrong, the voters don't know who is responsible or who to blame. And so I think what we're asking for is that I think the law has clear delineations. We're just asking the court to enforce the law so that if something happens during the early voting or the mail-in voting, I have to take the fire and the voters know it's me. If it's election day or tabulation, it's theirs. The problem is with the board asserting all these authorities it doesn't have is it's mixing all of this up. So when there's results, it'll just be finger pointing and the voters aren't going to know who to believe. The board and I, the nice thing, I was an attorney by trade before I became recorder. The nice thing about the law is that if you follow the law, we don't have to like each other. The law sets out the clear plan on how things are supposed to function. If we just go back to following the law, we can run elections smoothly together.
The hope is, I think, for all of us, you included, and I would say the board, is that this goes smoothly no matter what happens for the voters and that there is no issue on the backside of this, that it's done and it's run the right way. Mm-hmm. I appreciate the time, as always. I appreciate you coming down. And as the Supreme Court moves with this and there is a resolution, I hope you'll come back and talk about the resolution.
I'll be happy to. Anytime you want me.
All right. We'll be back.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Declare your independence from the summer heat with presidential pools. July 1st through July 15th, it's their Stars, Stripes, and Savings event, a limited time Independence Day offer where you can save up to $1,776, $1,776 on a new pool. And you can be celebrating your next holiday in your fabulous backyard in your gorgeous presidential pool. So don't wait. Call or go to presidentialpools.com today, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Parents, give your high schooler a summer that sets them up for success. With free summer school at Primavera Online, your student can catch up or get ahead in just 4 weeks while still enjoying their summer. For 25 years, Primavera has supported Arizona families with flexible, fully accredited, NCAA-approved online learning. Now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 through 12. Visit freesummerschool.com to enroll today. That's freesummerschool.com. Enroll today.
Please be advised. You may want to stop eating the following foods immediately: broccoli, kale, bean sprouts, blueberries, quinoa, spinach.
Wait, what? I thought those were good for me.
Turns out, not for everyone. Because what's healthy for one person can cause inflammation for another. And the only way to really know what your body needs is to listen to it.
Listen how?
That's where Viome comes in. Viome is a simple, at-home gut health test that looks at your body's real-time biology using RNA to understand what's happening inside you right now. When your results come in, you'll learn exactly which foods to eat, which to avoid, and which supplements are right for you, all based on the world's largest RNA-based human biology database and thousands of clinical research studies. And many people who use Viome report more energy, better digestion, and a better mood within months. So stop guessing. Start knowing. Learn more at viome.com/gut. V as in Victor, IOME.com/GUT. And use coupon code GUTHEALTH50 to save $50 off your purchase. Viome. Trust your gut.
LaDonna Harvey here, and if you're a home seller, you can expect to go through a lot or not. Orchard is where you go. A lot of home sellers will get one offer, and it's just not enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer. You get several cash offers from serious buyers, and they are competing for your home against each other. And that is really good for you. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent will submit your home to their exclusive network of cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation and learn more at Orchard.com. Just go to Orchard.com and see everything Orchard has to offer you. They really did reinvent the real estate industry, and that's to your advantage.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 10:34. I'm Patricia Valencia. President Trump is now accusing Iran of violating the ceasefire agreement after Iran attacked an oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran launched 4 attack drones, 3 of which were knocked down by the U.S., the president said. A 4th drone struck a cargo ship. U.S. officials say the agreement struck with Iran calls for the strait to remain open. More from ABC's Karen Travers.
We heard Secretary of State Marco Rubio say this week that if Iran threatens commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a violation of the agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Rubio had said this week, quote, "We're going to have a problem with it." But the president last night was expressing optimism about the state of negotiations. He said Iran wants to make a deal very badly, and he said we probably will, and again insisted that the strait was open.
And as the pocket fire nears 1,500 acres burned, a public meeting was held by Coconino County and fire officials. Among them was Coconino County Supervisor Tammy Ontiveros.
I know that you want to get your doors open. I know you want to get back to business as soon as possible. And I know you want things back to normal. So I want to thank you for your continued patience and understanding.
Fire officials say they're expecting winds between 30 and 40 miles per hour this weekend, which will likely prolong their efforts, and residents should be keeping an eye on emergency alerts throughout the weekend. The fire remains at 0% containment as of this morning. And the Supreme Court struck down a Hawaiian law requiring people to get permission to carry guns into stores and hotels. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson tells the Mike Broomhead Show this decision is the latest case in the Supreme Court's expansion of gun rights.
They're going back to the what the original framers thought of gun rights. They're saying that if you have the right to keep and bear arms, the government's right to restrict that should be limited.
He says the Hawaiian law required a gun owner to have explicit permission to bring a firearm onto a private property, which the Supreme Court said was illegal.
Highlight on housing.
The 21st Century Road to Housing measure also looks to stop financial institutions from gobbling up the housing supply.
The legislation says any financial institution that already owns 350 or more units nationwide cannot buy any more single-family homes. Nick Ponder, Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at High Ground Public Affairs, explains how big of a problem this is in Arizona.
In Maricopa County, of those corporations that own 350 or more, what's the total? And I found that 29,708 units are owned by those that own 350 or more units.
Ponder says he wishes the measure would prevent investors over that threshold from also buying build-to-rent units like apartments. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And now for a check on the roads with the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Right now, the Valley main lines are Friday light. No major slowdowns anywhere in the Valley. Surface streets, watch out for a car fire at 28th Avenue and Bell Road. Drive safe on those Valley roads. Today we got a 10% chance of rain, mostly sunny skies though at that high at 110. It's 98 degrees right now in Glendale. Triple digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with the 100% full value guarantee, and you could stay rent free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Mike Broomhead, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Okay, Patricia, you're the mom in the room, so we have to defer to you a little bit. First of all, it was an interesting conversation with the county recorder. I'm sure it'll be up on the YouTube channel for you to watch. And go back, and if you're a voter in Maricopa County, this rift between the Board of Supervisors and the recorder is going to be resolved. And I think both sides have said in this studio they want the election to go off no matter what the differences are, and it shouldn't really affect the voters. But go back and listen to the interviews or watch the interviews on the YouTube channel. We had Thomas Galvin in yesterday. So there is a headline from the Arizona Republic. Yesterday, the story was written. A person with measles was at Sky Harbor Airport. No. Were you exposed?
Why are they? Well, I guess they maybe didn't know that they had measles, I hope.
But what this reminds me of is what's been happening is we are now seeing with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. being in the office where he is with Health and Human Services, that they're now, once again, we are going down the same road we did during COVID. Mm-hmm. It feels that way.
Sometimes it did, yeah, especially with the measles and all that when it came up.
Had you heard the term, because I hadn't before today, had you heard the term crunchy mom?
Yes, I have.
I hadn't.
But only because I'm a mom, and probably it's been around for what, since COVID? No?
Yeah, well, it's been around a lot longer than that, but it changed meanings during COVID, because I guess, and I don't mean any disrespect, I'm telling you how it was described to me when I looked it up. A crunchy mom used to be kind of a hippie, tree hugger. That was what a crunchy mom was.
Kind of medicine kind of thing.
But now that's where it switched. Now it's holistic medicine, anti-vax.
I see. They brought in the medicines into this.
Yeah, so I want you to hear this. This was USA Today. This is a guy being interviewed, and he's asked about the crunchy moms when it comes specifically to vaccinations. Listen to this.
Choice isn't just what you drive, it's where you buy it. Don't just shop for a vehicle.
What is that?
I have no idea.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
That's the one that says how crunchy mom vaccines and skeptics.
Oh, fun times.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I'm not either, but we're not going to play someone's commercial. You got to pay for that. But what he talks about moms that don't vaccinate their children, almost like that they're crazy. He's being polite about it, but he's saying just, they're very civil in one area, but when it comes to this, they're believing a lot of things that aren't true and that these things are very viable. But when it comes to vaccines, we look back in what we saw with COVID, and that's where a lot of this went sideways. We were told so many different things. Stay in the house, go outside, don't talk to people, don't touch anything. Get vaccinated. You can't spread it if you get vaccinated. Well, you could spread it. That's why you have to wear a mask. It was
all over the place.
So I heard something this morning that just touched my heart. How old was your daughter in this?
She was 4, going on 5.
Okay, so let's paint the picture.
Right.
This is young Katie at 4 years old.
Right.
She takes your cell phone or an iPad.
Yeah.
She goes under the table, because that's where you do these important things, and she decides she's going to give the world a PSA about COVID. Am I right?
I had no idea this video existed until like weeks later I found it on.
So this is Katie's public service announcement.
Your COVID PSA.
Your COVID PSA from a 4-year-old.
Hello, guys. So there's COVID today, so stay home, stay safe. And if you go to the park, wear a mask, stay safe, stay home. Stay home and stay home every day. Bye.
That's her doing the noise. By
that
the way.
noise at the end was her sounding like a radio.
Stay home every day.
Yeah,
every day.
But here's the thing. She sounds exactly like every doctor that talked about it on TV.
It was.
There's no difference.
That's all that we heard.
That's all we heard. Stay home, stay safe.
And if you go to the park, wear a mask.
But stay home every day.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, it's so good. That video is so
But out
good.
of the mouth of babes, right?
I know.
She was just repeating what was being drilled into a 4-year-old's head.
And she looks so worried the whole time she's
Right.
talking.
So, in the end, here's the thing. I'm going to compare the two. That there were parents that looked at the COVID data and said, my child is at the absolute lowest risk of any serious infection. It's older people. So if there's any group of people that need to get vaccinated and wear masks and stay away from people, it's older people. We kept the kids out of school, and the older people went to restaurants.
I don't even want to say because people are going to judge me, but I did not have her COVID vaccine. I didn't give her one because I thought exactly that.
That's the bigger point about this measles conversation, because you shouldn't be judged. If you vaccinate your children, you should vaccinate your children, and no one should judge you for it. If you say, I don't want my child because she's staying home, she's an only child, she's not going to be around anybody, and I'm not going to give her a new vaccine because of it. You shouldn't be judged. There should be no judgment. But here we are again. Now, measles, there have been a number of cases. Again, I know times change. When I was a kid, if you got measles, everybody was invited. Let's get it over with. There's old TV shows where one of the kids has measles, so he's in his pajamas, hanging out in his room, and his brothers and sisters come in, and it was just...
How do we ever survive?
When we got I got chicken pox as a kid. I had to hug my brother. They wanted to make sure he got them too.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? It's just so. But you have an absolute right to run your child's life the way you see fit. And if you have your child's vaccinated, then they can't get the measles. Mm-hmm. So don't worry about it.
Right.
And I'm not telling you not to vaccinate your child either. I'm saying I'm not judging you either way. We're going back down the road of this judgment. You're a good parent. You're a bad parent. You're a good human being. You're not a good human being. And I don't think we need to go down that road again.
We're doing our best.
Right. We are doing our best. All right. What we are going to do coming up is we're going to, it's called a time for choosing. And I'm going to get to something about this, why I call it that. We'll do it here in just one moment. All right, Bulldog Security Screens, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, I mean this sincerely. This product is really a fantastic way to give you peace of mind for your home. We've had break-ins happen. We've had people called tourism burglary, where people travel from other countries using Wi-Fi and jammers to jam Wi-Fi and to jam burglar alarms. If a burglar gets into your house, even if you have an alarm system, there's a very good chance that they're gone before the police ever show up. So how do you protect your home? You're probably not at home right now, and what you have is Bulldog Security Screens. Manufactured right here in Arizona, the highest grade steel, military grade steel fabrication, professionally done. They are custom measured, custom installation. It is a great tool for everyone's home. Bulldog Security Screens, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. And if there's two things you can count on, it's your smoke detector battery dying at 3 a.m. Not 3 p.m. on a Saturday when you have nothing going on, but in the middle of the night when you're fast asleep.
Oh, come on!
Get 24/7 protection when you bundle home and auto with Progressive. Just one more thing you can count on. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale, we're making this 4th of July worth the drive. Whether you want low financing or holiday savings, our bonus cash bonanza has a deal with your name on it. Lock in 0.99% APR for 60 months on a new 2026 Sonata or Tucson. Or go with the 2026 Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid at 1.99% for 60 months. Ask about $3,000 in total savings on the Palisade, Calligraphy, or XRT Pro. And every Hyundai is backed by Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty, with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Your deal is waiting. Visit EarnhardtHyundaiNorthScottsdale.com before July 6th and make it yours.
Offers require Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval on select 2026 models. About per thousand financed is $1,710 for 0.99% APR and $1,706 for 1.99% APR for 60 months. 0.99% excludes hybrid models. Savings vary by model and cannot be combined. Expires July 6, 2026. See dealer for details.
KTAR. News Flash.
At 10:48, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. Hundreds dead and thousands more are hurt after 2 earthquakes hit Venezuela this week. The U.S. military and State Department sending support. In Miami, volunteers with the Global Empowerment Mission are packing up relief supplies. And with the surge of food prices, it's harder for the everyday person to afford it. St. Mary's Food Banks tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, seeing a 15% increase in visits to their food banks compared to last year. There's still time to donate by texting the word food to 620-620. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. Are you safer in a self-driving vehicle or with your lead foot and caffeinated rage at the helm? We'll tell you what Waymo's latest status shows. That's tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News, right here on the KTAR YouTube channel, on air, online, and the app.
All right, I want to get to this in a moment, but Patricia is, she's there. You are in there. I couldn't see you. That monitor's in the way.
Here,
I can't ever get to see you. I am so distracted. Something happened this morning, Elizabeth. I want you to know if I had any feelings at all, they'd be hurt.
Oh, man, I already know what you're talking about, being so distracted.
So what happened was I've been getting my hair cut much shorter because it's disappearing at an alarming rate. So I figured I might as well give up. I'm not doing the comb over. So during Prime Days, I bought one of those clippers you can use in the shower.
Okay.
So they showed up yesterday, and I use it in the shower. So as you can see, it is much, it's gone.
They showed up and you showed out.
It is gone. So see, hear the laugh? Hear that laugh? She looked at me in the office this morning and said, I'm going to have to powder your head.
Well, because he was like, feel this. He's like making me touch how smooth it is.
But
you're like a walking infomercial for that
I'm
thing.
so distracted now because I'm looking on the camera. My head looks like a light bulb.
I think it's time to powder it.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Look, if you're not on the YouTube channel, I don't mind saying this out loud. You have to go and look at my head because I don't know what it looks like but with the naked eye, but when you're looking at the monitor, my head is glowing like a light bulb.
Well, maybe you have an idea.
It is so distracting. So I'm trying to be professional. I've got the county recorder in here with me.
Oh my God.
I look at the monitor and all I can see is, does he think, is my head glowing to him? Like
Should have asked him, are the elections as bright as the future as my head?
Right.
I want to see what it looks like in the camera. It's not that bad.
Oh, are you joking?
I can see you on the actual camera, like the way the viewers would see it.
Okay.
It's a little shiny.
A little?
It's not that bad.
I look like a 125 watt light
you
bulb.
Do not.
I
Or like
look
a
like
60. I think a 60 watt. You're a little bit softer.
It's soft white, yeah. LED. It's horrible, right?
I can't breathe.
But from the naked eye, does it shine on the
It doesn't look that bad.
Right.
I think you're fine. Just go on. You're fine.
Yeah, I can see. She has to turn her mic off because she's going to snort laugh, but I'm fine. Right?
I'm laughing at the
Just
soft
turn
white.
your head so you blind her with your head.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's going to happen is in the next segment when I talk to her and she turns her mic on, she's going to be wearing sunglasses.
Future's bright.
Yeah. All right, so let's get to a time for choosing with a few moments at least. But there's an op-ed piece, I talked about this earlier, written by a Cuban immigrant. And I have such respect for immigrants. And I am someone that believes that illegal immigration has to stop. I absolutely believe that. We have to control our borders. I believe that. But I also think that immigration to this country makes it a great country. That I've told many stories about where I grew up and how I grew up. My buddy Adam, growing up with his family, I was kind of a troubled kid. My mom was a single mom. She was just working all the time, and I was rebellious. And Adam's family took me in, and they let me stay there very often. I stayed with him a lot, almost like I lived there. And his dad would take me to work with him, and his father was the person that showed me work ethic. And his father is from Mexico. So is his mother. And they both have passed away. As a matter of fact, his father passed away last year. And, I mean, I guess for full disclosure, when his father passed away, it struck me much harder emotionally than when my own father passed away. Because my own father and I, we had a friendly relationship, but it wasn't father and son. I learned more from an immigrant family about hard work and about honesty and about building something and taking care of people. At his funeral, the conversation that his daughter, his oldest daughter, Ida, talked about was all of the people, all of the kids that he helped, all of the people that he took in like me, gave them work. Even if they didn't stay at his house, he gave them work and guidance, and he was a mentor to people, that he just believed in working hard. And there's no other place you can do it like you can in America. And those are the immigrants that I know. That's what I think America stands for, is people that come to this country with a dream, and they come here the right way. They become Americans. They become proud Americans, but they bring their culture. And, you know, it is so difficult for me to express it in such a short period of time. But if we ever shut the doors and we don't allow people into this country, we are not the same America that's been built over these generations, these 250 years. That give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses should be what we scream. But when you have an asylum system where 90% of the asylum seekers are being turned down because they don't qualify, it's a broken system, and it needs to be fixed. So the temporary protective status thing needs to be adjusted. Now, going way over the top and just denying people's temporary protective status across the board isn't the answer either. But making sure we know who's coming and going is, and stopping people short and making them apply for asylum outside of the U.S. is a way to slow down this system and do things accurately and do them better. There are answers that can be in both places. All right, coming up, we are going to talk about Iran and what's happening there, but I also have something for you because we're going to have our friend Gatos on again. We're going to talk about Outspoken Against Hunger. We'll give you a chance to donate next.
What's our summer game plan? Don't get beat by the heat. Get the $79 AC tune-up special from my guys at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. We get it every year. That AC tune-up, especially when this month it's only $79. Yep, $79 while it lasts, because there is nothing worse than the big heat hits and you've got a big problem with your AC system, right? Play defense by going on offense. Get the $79 AC tune-up while it lasts and avoid those big, costly repairs down the road. Day and Night is here to make sure our AC is at its best when we need it most. And when our AC is running at its most efficient, guess what? We save the most money on our summer AC bills. Not to mention, you extend the lifespan of your AC units. You maintain the manufacturer warranty. Again, just $79 for the AC tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Book online 24/7 at dayandnightair.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
When you hear something live on air from Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Outspoken, or Arizona's Evening News that you have to hear again, find the clip anytime with archived audio and video content when you've got the app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hi, it's Lisa Lund with Lund Mortgage. Here's the truth about home loans. You shouldn't have to choose between sharp pricing and a name you can trust. At Lund Mortgage, you get both. Some of the most competitive rates and fees in the industry from a local name that's been here for decades. And right now, when you buy a home with Lund Mortgage, we will cover your appraisal cost, and your first year rate buy down is on us. So whether you're buying, refinancing, or tapping into your equity, we're ready to help. Give us a call or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News now.
Good morning. It's 11 o'clock. I'm Patricia Valencia. The pocket fires burning near 1,500 acres near Sedona with 0% containment. Public officials and fire crews speaking to the community last night.
Lieutenant Adam Simonson with the Coconino Sheriff's Office says CSO are keeping a close eye on high winds expected in the area and on how firefighters plan on responding.
The danger is very real, but we are in a set status right now. We're comfortable trying to get our community members back into the residences, get business owners back to their businesses to tend to them, but keep in mind that you're still in a set status. We could change at any moment.
Brian Kelly with APS says weekend power shutoffs are likely to take place in the area, especially near Tusayan and East Flagstaff, where the mix of winds and brush are the most concerning. Brandon King, KTAR News.
For a full list of the areas affected by APS shutoffs, you can go to KTAR.com. A very, very slight chance of rain for the valley today. Most precipitation will be seen in the eastern parts of the state. Catherine Berselvich with the National Weather Service Phoenix says that while we won't get rain to cool us down, the dry weather, since we might do the trick.
Our temperatures are going to be coming down over the next few days, so at least for across the whole state, but specifically for Phoenix.
She says temperatures are expected to stay below 110 this weekend and into the start of next week.
A KTAR News exclusive.
The 21st Century Road to Housing Act looks to increase the U.S. housing supply and make more housing more affordable. But President Trump said he won't sign it until Congress passes the Save America Act.
The Save America Act would restrict mail-in voting and requires documented proof of citizenship, something Arizona already requires, but not for federal elections. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says this disenfranchises voters.
He's connecting this to his perceived loss of the 2020 election. He lost the 2020 election. He thinks he won. He did not win. There's been multiple court cases, dozens and dozens of court cases over the 2020 election.
The Democrat says the election reform bill doesn't have enough bipartisan support to pass. He adds Trump doesn't understand the affordability crisis Americans are facing. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
After a lengthy meeting, Speaker Mike Johnson says he plans to send the bill to the president. It's unclear whether President Trump will sign.
Eyes on Education.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from military families' account. It would also avoid the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't part of the planning, but a targeted meeting is on the table. Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot measure, claiming it misled voters and may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would avoid ESA accountability. You could read more education solution stories. Go to KTAR.com/education. An Arizona woman could face up to 10 years in prison for millions of dollars of tax fraud.
New River resident Regina Durkin pleaded guilty today to attempting to steal $7.7 million through 14 false tax returns filed with the IRS. Working with others, she utilized programs meant to benefit struggling businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic, but her businesses weren't in operation, had no employees, and paid no wages. She faces one count of conspiracy to file false claims, and her sentencing is scheduled for September. Anna Olp, KTAR News.
Now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Watch for a new crash in Tempe at the Rio Salado Parkway and the Loop 101 Price Freeway. Also watch for a crash in Glendale at 59th Avenue and Bell Road. This traffic update is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. Summer is here and your Valley Chevy Dealers have the offers and inventory. Start your summer in a new Chevy today by visiting AutoNation Chevrolet in Gilbert. A 10% chance of rain, but mostly sunny skies at high reaching 110 for today. Over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, our highs sit around 105. It's 99 degrees in Paradise Valley. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values, strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, happy Friday. The month of June, before we get into any other topic, the month of June, Bruce and Gatos do a program called Outspoken Against Hunger, and they partner with St. Mary's Food Bank, and they had a lofty goal of 500,000 meals that you would donate, and they had corporate donors jump on board, and so they've matched a lot of this, and they are approaching double their goal. On Friday mornings, we ask my audience early in the morning in the 8 o'clock hour to jump on board and donate $1,000, to get 10 people to donate $100 or 20 people to donate $50, whatever it takes. So we're going to give the opportunity on a Friday because this program ends on Monday, and we would love to help be a part of pushing that over the goal or over the finish line. Joining us right now, of course, is Gatos. Gatos, how happy are you about the results so far?
Hey, Mike, listen, the results have been great. You know, you kind of said it. We were going to try and feed 500,000 people, and that was our goal. You know, Axon is a great partner. They jumped on last year and gave us $50,000 and said match it. So we did that. This year they gave us $75,000 and they said match it, and we did that. And so we've kind of blown past the goal of 500,000 meals, and we're going for the million. And so, you know, Bruce was on with Becky Lynn and Joe yesterday. I was on with Jim and LaDonna a couple times, and you've been the best, man. You know, your audience has been incredible. You've had me on so many times, and you said, yeah, let's get $1,000 on the Broomhead Show. I think you're 5 for 5, by the way, on $1,000. Everybody, every time I come on your show, all of your great listeners jump on board, and we've been able to, you know, do the ask, and we actually got that in a result. So we are closing in on 1 million meals. And so here's the real behind the scenes story. I won't get too into the weeds, but we've got to have a really big day today, and we've got to have a really big day on Monday, which is very possible, but you know, still a bit of an uphill battle. But I think, you know, you and I are on the same page here. Let's deliver 1 million meals. Can you imagine feeding 1 million people?
No.
We could feed 1 million people in Arizona if we get everybody to text food to 620. I mean, that's incredible.
And so I just want you to hear this. I got a text message this morning from Jerry Brown over at St. Mary's after we had gotten to our $1,000. And I'm going to go only first names. A woman named Karen donated $200. A guy named Monty donated $25. Lance $100. David $100. Scott $100. Lori $200. Rebecca $100. Yep. They respond this time of year because during the holidays, it's front of mind for everyone. The snowbirds are here. They have volunteers. They have tons of donations, which is always needed and necessary around the holidays. It's these very hot, dry summer months when the snowbirds aren't here, but the needs continue to grow. It is so much more important right now that you guys are doing it when you're doing it. This is the perfect time, Gatos. You are helping something that is it's such a worthwhile cause.
Well, I mean, you've got kids who are out of school and they don't get the breakfast and lunch like they normally do. And there are some kids that go without breakfast and lunch in the summer. Now, listen, I wasn't like that. I had food my mom was there. She made me a sandwich. I mean, I always had something to eat. I was blessed. But, there are families, and a lot of them, thousands went through the food line yesterday, Mike. Thousands of families, I think it was 2,500 families. So what we're asking everybody to do who's listening is take 90 seconds starting right now. This very second, stop what you're doing and take 90 seconds, text food to 620-620. You get a bounce back text. You click the link. You're done in less than a minute.
Really? It is that easy.
It's so easy. So easy. It is that easy. Hey, let me read a couple of donations. You were just reading some names.
Yeah.
Because you can also leave a message. You can also write a note, and we've gotten some really great notes. These are, these are people who are giving right now. Heidi gave $100, and she said, I was blessed to have friends, family, and coworkers bring me food while I was going through chemo.
Oh.
Now I want to pay it forward. We're getting notes like that. Here's another one, and I love this one. If I can go out for dinner and spend $100 on one meal, I can donate $100 to give 500 meals. Let me explain that. Each dollar that you give is turned into 5 meals by St. Mary's. So if you give $100, you multiply that times 5, and you get how many meals you're giving. So $100 times 5 meals is 500 meals. So I love this. If I can go out to dinner and spend $100 on me, or just on one meal, maybe you're taking your wife out or your spouse or what have you, donate $100, you give 500 people a meal. And that's why I think, asking, again, your listeners are awesome. You can give $1,000 right now. You get it all back on your Arizona state taxes, dollar for dollar. You got $500, of course we're going to take it. Do you have $25? We'll take that. The $100 is a sweet spot, I think.
Yeah.
And, I think, what we did earlier today was we asked 10 people. So maybe we do that again. Are there 10 of you out there? You love Broomhead. You listen every day. He's the guy, right? You got 10 people listening right now. Are there 10 of you that can say, you know what? I'm blessed. Here's $100 or more, and I'm going to feed 500 people. If we get 10 people to give $100 each, now you've got $1,000, and now you've got 5,000 meals.
And what's interesting is this is the time in the show when a lot of people are on their way to lunch, and they're going to hear this.
Yeah.
And you're right. You just read a note from someone that said, if I can go out and buy dinner for $100 for one meal, even if it's not $100 at lunch, it's a lot more than 5 meals for $1. So I think this is front of mind for people. It is such a worthwhile cause. I share the love for St. Mary's Food Bank. They are just frugal. They do such a great job. And the enormity of this when the community comes together, I think everyone's willing to give. But when you feel like you're a part of something, if you've given $25 at the end of this program, not today, but the end of the campaign, there's a very good chance that you can say, I was a part of feeding 1 million meals.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's that easy to text food to 620-620. Just to paint a picture for your audience, because I think a lot of people want to know who is in line at the food bank. Who's in line at the food bank? And, there are a lot of different people. We've heard stories of a grandmother who got custody of her grandchildren. I don't know what happened with her kids, but now she's got her grandchildren. And it was around Thanksgiving, and she decided, I have to have a meal for them, and I can't afford to have some big, meal because I'm just taking them in. And so she went to St. Mary's Food Bank at midnight and slept in her car, first in line the very next day to get that meal to take home to her grandkids who are now under her supervision. Mm-hmm. And they had a great Thanksgiving meal thanks to St. Mary's Food Bank. So, yeah, grandmas are in line. Mike, we've talked about military folks. I mean, we heard a story of a man who went and served his country in Iraq. And part of his job was feeding some of the people in Baghdad. And so there would be a line outside, and he would put food on the people in Baghdad on their plate. And years later, he comes back to the United States, and years later, he finds himself at St. Mary's, and he's in a food line to get food himself.
Yeah.
And just a few years ago, he's like, wait a minute, I was giving food to people in Baghdad. I was the guy that was supplying food. How did I get in this food line in America? And, we've talked about veterans and, man, I'll tell you, there are a ton of people in line and they have a military hat on.
Yeah.
And it's really kind of crazy because people go up to them and they say, hey, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. And obviously that means so much to them. But I think also they're like, how did I get here?
Yeah.
What am I doing in a food line? And so if you're thinking of giving, I just want to paint the picture of who's in that line. It could be a grandma trying to get a Thanksgiving, meal. It could be a military veteran, getting a meal. We talked to one woman who was married, is married to a military veteran, disabled, in a wheelchair, and at times he has to decide whether he's going to purchase his medication or food.
Yeah.
And so his wife goes to St. Mary's Food Bank, and that is where your donation is going.
And it's working. And it's working people too that just aren't making ends meet, and they have to choose between paying their rent or getting food. And sometimes that emergency food box is what gets them through. And you mentioned kids not having their lunch or breakfast at school right now. And you know as well as I do, if you're a parent, your kids aren't going hungry. If anybody in the house goes hungry, it's you. How many people do we work with in our community that we have no idea that they're coming to work hungry?
Yeah, we got a note from a teacher who gave $50 yesterday, and she said, you always know the kids in your classroom who aren't eating.
Yeah.
You always know, and that's why teachers are so great. What do? They've got a little pantry. They've got some bread. They've got, peanut butter and jelly, and so I thought that was really amazing that they always know who's not getting fed, not because because the parents are just they're struggling. And you're right. You sit down. You're a family of 4. Guess who's getting that food? The 2 kids, right? Mom and dad are gonna give half their meals or what have you. So it's really simple. This is the last Friday we're going to do it. Outspoken Against Hunger. Are there 10 of you that can give $100? And we can feed 5,000 people, boom, just like that in the next 5 minutes, and you can help us climb towards that 1 million meal, 1 million meals being sent to St. Mary's.
All right, Gatos, I appreciate it, man. Let's get there.
Hey, I appreciate you, and thank you for having me on, and thanks for all you're doing, because you're a big part of this, Mike.
Thanks, man. That is something else.
Man.
It makes me emotional. Coming up, what we're going to do is we're going to catch you up on the biggest headlines of the day. It's something we call Did You Hear This? We'll get to it in just one moment. Tombstone Tactical has got their 4th of July special going on, and it's great. Celebrate 250th birthday on America's Rifle, a special edition honoring freedom, American-made AR. So it's a special edition for the 4th of July for our 250th. It's called Honoring Freedom. It's an American-made AR, and they are on sale all week long for the 4th of July. Now, they are closed on Saturday. So on the 4th, they are closed. But every other day you can jump in, celebrate, declare your independence. Don't break the bank. Special sales going on. They're always great with ammunition, with accessories, with gear, with the firearms, with the process. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria. Can't miss them. Full inventory on their webpage. It is tombstonetactical.com.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
At 11:17, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing that Israel and Lebanon have signed a framework agreement with the U.S. Rubio says this is the first step towards peace. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Taking a look at Wall Street right now, the Dow is down 23 points, S&P 500 is up 5, and the NASDAQ is down 3. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life's sleep.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Happy Friday, and the latest superhero movie is out today. But is Supergirl woke? We saw it already, and we'll let you know today on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos on air, online, and on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, let's get caught up on the headlines. Did you hear this?
Did you hear this? BrewMed reacts to today's hottest news stories.
All right, so President Trump says the U.S. and Iran are close to a deal. We just heard breaking news right now, but the situation appears a little uncertain after this morning with an Iranian drone strike. A little bit more right here from, who is this?
What they're trying to do is force ships to go in the route that goes through Iranian territorial waters, not through Omani territorial waters or the passage that ships used to go through the time.
Former senior Pentagon official Mick Mulroy. And we're now hearing, of course, that there was an agreement signed. So do you think that this ceasefire is going to hold? Technically, has it held with the shooting of missiles?
Yeah, I think that it will hold. This is kind of what they do. They testing the waters. They are always trying to push a little bit. But economically, they're being strangled. And if they want to see the light of day, if they want their ships to be able to sell their oil and ship it out of their country, they're going to have to make a deal. I think that the constant pressure from the president, and I know that people don't like his strong rhetoric, but I think the strong rhetoric is necessary, that if you're going to keep the pressure on them, they need to know that you don't care about the midterm elections, that you will go back to bombing if they don't comply, and I think they'll comply.
And it just got a little more expensive to buy Apple's new iPad and MacBook. Prices are going up more than $100. The MacBook Pro now starts at $2,000. Apple blames a shortage of AI chips. Here's more from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
Computer chips are in pretty much every device we use every day. Think TVs, speakers, smartwatches, appliances, even cars. So far, iPhone prices are not going up, but one analyst tells me that if this shortage of components does not improve, this is really just the tip of the iceberg for other price hikes later this year.
I feel like there are a lot of chip opportunities here in Arizona. So what do you see in Arizona's future when it comes to the chip business? And I'm not talking about Doritos.
This is during COVID when we had the supply chain shortage. The automobile industry got hammered, every single major manufacturer in the U.S. because we couldn't get chips. I purchased at the time, I bought a jacuzzi for my house. And I ordered it like in October, and they said if you pay cash up front, you are at the front of the line for when things are being made. I didn't get it until March. Now, obviously, first world problem, but it had to do with the shortage of chips. We've learned our lesson. It's just going to take time to ramp it up. You've got TSMC. We know that Intel is back on track. I think this industry being brought back here, repatriated here, and being built here is going to help in the long run. But in the short term, we love our electronics, and we just need to get them quicker. And I think this is going to help by building them here. You are listening to Did You Hear This? We do it every day at this time to catch you up on headlines.
Another section of Texas has been designated as infested zone after another animal was found carrying the larvae of this New World screwworm. ABC's Jim Ryan says a total of 25 cases have now been detected.
State and federal agricultural officials have ordered quarantines for 9 west and southwest Texas counties as they sterilize adult flies and release them into the environment. But Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller tells ABC News
the steril flies aren't working.
He wants to add a bait and insecticide regimen to the program, something federal officials have resisted.
So now with 25 cases, are you still confident Arizona cattle are safe? And what are farmers here doing to protect the herd?
Yeah, I think that they are safe. What they're doing is they're being diligent, that they are looking for cattle that have their cattle that may have open wounds. And if they do, they're treating those wounds much quicker. They're looking for the infestation much earlier. They're using a lot of technology to do this. So I think being diligent, the bad thing for us is that it's West Texas. So it's not that, not that far of a jump. But I do think that because they're aware of it here and they're diligent about watching their cattle, it's going to slow down any process that might bring that screwworm here.
And in a part of the world where the deer and antelope roam, a more exotic animal was running loose. ABC's Jim Ryan says a giraffe escaped from a breeding ranch west of San Antonio.
Gracie the giraffe lived at Cedar Hollow Ranch until June 12th when she walked up a stone slab and over an 8-foot gate.
I chuckled when I got the first call.
Rayall County Sheriff Nathan Johnson.
It's my first missing giraffe case.
He's worried about Gracie in a land of mountain lions and coyotes.
There are predators out there that could harm her, although she's a big animal.
The ranch owner has posted a $5,000 reward.
And you never know, somebody out there with a game camera or someone's going to give us a tip about where she's at.
I just saw news that Gracie has been found safe. So have you ever had any pets get lost as a kid or now, I guess, as an adult?
First of all, how do you lose a giraffe?
I know. How did nobody see her running?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something you notice?
I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of tall buildings around or something.
Yeah. So, I had to put my dog down. But about a year or so ago, I had a broken gate, and he pushed it open.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Kane got out?
He got out. And Kane was a big boy. Yeah. He was over 100 pounds,
Rottweiler, scary dog looking.
So it was at night. It was about 10 o'clock at night. And I spent about 3.5 hours trying to find him, and I couldn't find him. So I was online trying to figure out what to do. And he was a friendly dog, but he looks ominous, So I fell asleep. And I fell asleep for a couple of hours, and because it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had to come to work. So at about 3:30 in the morning, I hear a noise, and I open my back door. He snuck back in the gate and was hitting the door with his head.
He just went for a trip, Dad. That's all it was.
Just went for a walk. I hope there's no Rottweiler puppies in the neighborhood I don't know about.
No kidding. I have a really crazy story. One time, my mom, we were moving to another house. It was like across a couple of streets in the same neighborhood, and a bird flew out. Her bird flew out. And all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, she put the bird cage outside, just to have some sun or whatever. And the bird was standing on top of the cage with the other one.
See?
He came back.
Like a homing pigeon. All right, coming up, here's what we're going to do. Special guest in studio. Elijah Norton is going to join us. He is a candidate for Arizona State Treasurer. We're going to make sure you're an informed voter. And we will talk with Mr. Norton next.
Hey, it's Bruce and Gatos, and we're outspoken against hunger. Every dollar donated provides enough food for 5 meals.
Our new goal, 1 million meals for Arizonans.
And don't forget, St. Mary's Food Bank provides millions of pounds of food to a network of more than 600 partner agencies all across Arizona.
It's the march to 1 million meals.
And you can join by texting FOOD to 620-620. That's FOOD to 620-620, and make your donation now.
Outspoken against hunger. hunger with Bruce and Gatos, benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank.
Message and data rates may apply. Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Think you can't own a home? Think again. Many buyers assume that they don't qualify. But with the right team on your side, there may be more options than you realize. From first-time homebuyer programs to creative financing solutions, we're here to work hard for you every step of the way. Do not count yourself out. Your path to homeownership may be closer than you think. Contact us today at keepingitrealestateWithAmyB.com or text the word CLOSE to 620-620.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 1897666.
Arizona license number 222486.
My name is Frank. I'm a retired Phoenix property crimes and burglary detective.
My name is Roxanne, and this is my daughter Jacqueline. I have a 6-bedroom home. My husband travels often for work.
A typical burglary entry is done through the easiest form of entry that they can find. If it's just a normal break-in that an alarm company is reporting, it may take some time for an officer to get there.
I would definitely call the standard alarm system a false sense of security.
You need to create a deterrent that's other than just an alarm system or locking your house. I found this system with the screens being probably the best security deterrent that I could find.
I actually have the ability now to sleep through the night and not worry when it's just my children and I here with these security screens.
Protect your home, protect your family with the original Bulldog security screens. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Is the volatility of the stock market driving you crazy? Is your retirement account sinking, yet you're getting older and you're starting to worry about, will I have enough for retirement? What about the money in the bank? These banks pay nothing these days. How do we get growth to get to retirement account? It's simple. Move into gold and silver. Want to know how to do it? Listen to my show, Striking Gold, with me, Kenny Michaels.
Tune in to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels every Saturday at 2 p.m.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. Good morning. It's 11:31. I'm Patricia Valencia. As a pocket fire nears 1,500 acres burned north of Sedona, a public meeting was held in Coconino County and fire officials. Among them was Coconino County Supervisor Tammy Ontiveros.
I know that you want to get your doors open. I know you want to get back to business as soon as possible. And I know you want things back to normal. So I want to thank you for your continued patience and understanding.
Fire officials say they're expecting winds between 30 and 40 miles per hour this weekend, which is likely will prolong their efforts, and residents should be keeping an eye on emergency alerts throughout the weekend. The fire remains at 0% containment as of this morning. 8,000 APS customers in the Flagstaff and Grand Canyon area should expect power cuts to help prevent wildfires. The risk of the new fires is expected to reach critical levels this weekend as forecasted weather conditions have been worsening. The outages are expected to start as early as 10 a.m. tomorrow morning and can be restored around 4 p.m. on Sunday. For a full list of affected areas, you can visit KTAR.com.
eyes on education.
According to Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, a special session is being considered surrounding an education ballot initiative that would prevent voucher money from being removed from a military family's account. It would also avoid the ESA accountability initiative. Hobbs says she isn't a part of the planning, but his targeted meeting is on the table. Yesterday, Save Our Schools Arizona sued the state over the ballot measure, claiming it misled voters that may approve the military protection aspect without noticing that it would void ESA accountability. You can read education solution stories. Just go to KTAR.com/education.
Highlight on housing.
On Wednesday, President Trump canceled the signing ceremony for a bill aimed at lowering the cost of housing and increasing the housing supply. Free-range political analyst Chuck Todd joined Arizona's Morning News to explain why this is a win for Democrats.
He canceled the signing the day after the Democrats said, hey, we're going to make sure to show you how potentially unready that party is to govern.
President Trump said on Truth Social that he canceled the signing until Congress passes the Save America Act. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. The Valley main lines are flowing smoothly, only light slowing at the North Stack on the westbound Loop 101 and at northbound I-17, and some slight slowing on the eastbound I-10 from 43rd to 35th Avenue. This traffic update is brought to you by your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family, fun, and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy Dealers 4th of July event going on now. And today, a 10% chance of rain, mostly sunny, but with that high at 110 for today. It's 102 degrees in Scottsdale. Triple-digit heat, zero stress. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand with a 100% full value guarantee, and you can stay rent-free. Sell your home at homes2x.com. I'm Patricia Valencia on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Strong values, strong opinions. The Mike Broomhead Show. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, want you to be an informed voter. We're going to bring on as many candidates for all of the major races that we can. And one of the statewide races and one of the most important jobs that people really don't know much about is the state treasurer. Joining us is Republican candidate Elijah Norton. Mr. Norton, thanks for coming down.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's start with this. Can you describe for the people that don't understand the complexity of the job, what the state treasurer does and what makes you uniquely qualified to be the treasurer?
Absolutely. So the state treasurer is the state's chief banking and investment officer. That's the primary duty of the treasurer. We have over $32 billion in assets under management, and they're pooled in multiple funds. And the treasurer's job is to make sure that we're getting a good return, but also prioritizing safety and liquidity over yield. And so for me, the most important thing about this, who we elect to do this job, is someone that has experience. And I'm the only candidate on the Republican side of this race that has experience in finance and investments and actually managing money at a large scale. I own a global insurance company. We have over $100 million of claims reserves, and I have to invest those claims reserves in what are called NAIC investment guidelines. They're actually more conservative than what the state treasurer has to follow in the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund. So qualifications are important, and that's the cornerstone of my campaign.
What is the money that the treasurer manages, the profits that you make from these investments? Where does that money go? How does the state of Arizona benefit from that money?
So there's multiple pools, right? So you have the state agency investment pool, or the state agency investment pool. That pool is approximately, it's $22 billion between the state agency and the local government investment pool. The local government investment pool is about $7.7 million. The remainder is in the state agency investment pool. So the state agency investment pool is really the kind of the funds that the state uses to operate all the different departments that we have. The local government investment pool is an option. Cities, counties, and towns have the option to input their money with the local government investment pool, and then they get a return from the treasurer's office. Then you have another $10 billion, a little more than $10 billion actually, in what's called the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund, or the PLETF. And that's the money that we use to distribute to 33 different educational entities. That's kind of Prop 123 had a big part in the recent formulation of how that money is distributed. So the money is distributed to different entities based on what pool that money sits in.
So before we talk about some of the other specifics about the job itself, when it comes to the State Land Trust, I think that's the one thing Arizonans know quite a bit about, and at least they've heard of it.
Yep.
That because it goes to education funding in Arizona, there's a debate on how much of it we should be using and how much of a role would the treasurer play in that. And what's your opinion on it? What should we be doing with that money to benefit education?
So Prop 123 raised the distribution rate from 2.5% to 6.9%. It just expired. And we have known that Prop 123 was going to expire for years, a decade, I think, at this point. And there hasn't been, and this is, I'm not trying to criticize the current treasurer, but there hasn't been leadership out of the treasurer's office, in my opinion, to fix it. And the way we fix it and stabilize and get a permanent solution is we have to have somebody that understands business, that understands finance, that understands if we sell X amount of land and we pay Y amount of yield and we want to distribute Z amount to education, this is the pro forma that we have to do. And so there's been criticism that the land is sold by the Department of Administration. The money from the sale of the land is then deposited into the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund. The treasurer sits on a board. It's called a board of investment. There's the treasurer. There's two of the treasurer's appointees. The Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions has the director sits on it, and then the Department of Administration director sits on it. So a 5-person board ultimately makes the decisions on how that $10 billion of the $32 billion in the Permanent Land Endowment Trust Fund is invested. And so the treasurer having 3 votes, essentially, because you have 2 of your appointees, you're the chair, and then you have the other 2, has a lot of sway and influence on how the money's invested.
So I wasn't going to ask this question, but you reminded me of this. In the past, there have been some states that have used that investment money as kind of a political tool, that we're not going to invest in this because they stand for that, or vice versa. Is that a plan that you think is a good thing to do, or do you think that it should be just based on your financial knowledge and what's best for the highest yield for the state?
Well, so a couple things. So I think the first thing I wanted, this has been a cornerstone of my campaign since day one. I do not want to invest in companies that have DEI or ESG policies or that have woke ideology. We need to be investing in companies that are providing a product or a service and making a profit, not that are engaged in political ideology. And I think that's a key difference between me and the Democrat that's running in the general election. And so if I'm the nominee. And so, but from a yield standpoint, look, I think we should be getting a better return. We're getting about 3.7% on $22 billion of that $32 billion. And I've started asking people for the last month and a half or so, probably asked over 1,000 people as I've campaigned throughout the state. Does anyone think that's a good return? And no one raises their hand. I've had 2 people raise their hand, actually. One didn't know anything about investments, and the other was someone that sits on the board of investment and is partially responsible for getting that return. And if you don't believe me, go into Chase Bank today. They have a 4% on a 3-month CD. My company has $10 million in a liquid money market account, meaning we have unlimited withdrawals. So we're getting 4%. In the state of Texas, which is a conservative state, they're getting about 0.5% more than we are. And so I don't think we need to do anything risky to get a higher yield. But what I do think we need to do is elect somebody that knows how to negotiate. A lot of it's a negotiation with fund managers and negotiations with different banks and institutions. And we can get a better return by electing someone with knowledge and experience to the office. And 0.5%, that's $120 million a year into the state treasury. And that's a lot of money that could benefit the people of our state.
That is a lot of money. So let's talk about priorities. You've laid out a lot of things that you think need to happen, but can you give us a couple of the priorities of your office? Day one, this is what the office looks like.
Absolutely. So that's the first thing I want to do. The first thing I get in there is I'm going to do a total audit of the office. I want to see all the different contracts that we have with all the different vendors, make sure we're getting the best deal for the people of Arizona. I want to go in and look at all the stocks that we're invested in and make sure that those stocks are safe. There's a lot of speculation in the market, and so there's a lot of stocks that are overvalued. And again, this is a public finance vehicle. We need to make sure that we're invested in safe assets that have good PE ratios, strong income statements, strong balance sheets. The company's actually valued based on normal, investment standards, not just speculative. So that's the first thing I want to make sure investments are safe. Once we do that, the other thing I want to do immediately is this has been a major campaign platform of mine, and this is where me and my opponent strongly disagree, is we should do a DOJ-style audit of our state. We have a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in Arizona. There's $330 million. There's a county discrepancy with our current governor. There is there's a $68 million county discrepancy in the treasurer's office right now. And the treasurer's office from the 2024 financial statements to what they turn into the Department of Administration, and their response was it's just a rounding error, which to me is ludicrous. And then there was a treasurer in Santa Cruz County who embezzled over $30 million in a period of 20 years and was just caught in 2024. So relying on the Auditor General and just seeing transactions coming in and out every day is not enough. I'm going to look at transactions coming in and out of every day and report fraud that I see. But I want to go back historically, work with the Auditor General and the legislature and uncover the fraud that we've had so we can go forward and stop it.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I know that that's been kind of a bone of contention with your opponent as far as your ability that you have the right to do these audits, that it's the Auditor General's job. So can you explain how you are able to do that if it's the Auditor General that does those audits? Can you just expound a little bit on that?
Absolutely. So my opponent, she's spent her lifetime in government. And she's worked for, John Boehner, Paul Ryan, and now she's, on the Board of Education. She thinks, kind of like a bureaucrat. I think like a business owner. How do we get a solution? And I'm been endorsed by the President of the State Senate, leadership in the State House. The head of the Audit Committee in the State House has endorsed my campaign, Representative Gress. I've talked to all these people. We pass a bill through the legislature that says we're going to do a one-time audit. We designate the number of years, and you appoint a committee of which the treasurer would be on it, and that is how you do the audit. We don't just have to accept for what we have, what's going on now. We can work to do better, and that's the difference. I want to make things better. My opponent just wants to keep things the same, and I think if you go poll the average person, whether you go down the street or you do an actual poll, you're going to find that Arizonans want change. They're sick of things the way that they are. They're sick of waste, fraud, and abuse, and they want the government to actually come up with solutions, not just create problems.
All right, so if people want to find your campaign, a social media website, if they want to learn more about you and your platform for the job, where do they find you?
Norton4az.com is my website, and we're campaigning all over the state. We're getting very close to the election. I should have a calendar nicking down the days, but they all kind of mix together.
Well, the ballots are out. The early ballots are already out there.
And it's important that everyone vote. I mean, we're sending out mail. We're contacting voters that way through advertising. And we're also, most importantly, doing the work and going to multiple events. I'm doing events every single day. And it's worth it because our state's worth it. And we need to elect the most qualified person to do the job.
Well, thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll be back with our story roundup here in just a moment. Hey, great segue, Trajan Wealth. I talk about them every day. I am a client myself. Offering something to the average investor that right here in the Valley that is normally reserved for the ultra wealthy. Which is not just your financial advice and building retirement money, but also tax planning so that you're not hammered with a big tax bill. What about estate planning if, God forbid, something were to happen to you? All of those things working comprehensively to make sure you or me, because they've done it for me, are prepared for those years down the road where you have got the best chance to build the wealth you need to live the lifestyle you want. But you have to make the call, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1 or TrajanWealth.com, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory service through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I am a client, paid advertisement, and additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This month's KTAR Community Spotlight shines on Western Governors University. WGU is proudly partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank to fight hunger and strengthen families right here in Arizona. But their commitment doesn't stop there. WGU is dedicated to changing lives for the better by creating pathways to opportunity through accessible, affordable education. Discover what's possible. Visit wgu.edu/Phoenix. KTAR is proud to shine our community spotlight on Western Governors University.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I feel fantastic thanks to Soda. Hi, Joe Huizenga. I'm 25 pounds lighter, and I owe it all to Soda and their dynamic diet. Soda's nutritionists are specially trained to customize a diet to each person. We've all got different food responses, lifestyles, and habits. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work. Soda's dynamic diet highlights their personalized approach. If you're going on vacation this summer, your Soda nutritionist will be there for you. They can guide you with what to eat while on vacation. They're there to share great food items like steaks, chickens, dips, even alcoholic beverages you can enjoy so you have a great time, maintain your weight, and still have a great vacation. Plus, if you join now, your partner joins for free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. SodaDietNutrition.com. That's SOTA dietnutrition.com or their phone number, 866-800-SODA. Soda is, say it with me,
State
of the art.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
Tawny, people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
KTAR News Flash.
At 11:48, I'm Patricia Valencia. This is what you need to know right now. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announcing that Israel and Lebanon have signed a framework agreement with the U.S. Rubio says this is a first step towards peace. And food is getting expensive, and St. Mary's Food Bank says they're seeing a 15% increase in visits to their food banks compared to last year. Still time to donate by texting the word food to 620-620. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
This Saturday, 8 o'clock, Farmer Greg will be joining us talking water harvesting for your urban farm.
I'll have Desert Sun Pools in, talking about anything and everything having to do with your swimming pool, from the water to the equipment to the design.
10 o'clock will include easy tips to diagnose your plant's health and call in to get answers to your homeowner questions.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
He's your Huckleberry. He's Mike Broomhead. And this is another story roundup.
Let's round them up.
Yes, it is. All right.
Friday.
I got a bunch to get to today. One of them, I'm going to start off a little. I was really worried about this one for some reason.
Why?
Lionel Richie.
Oh, man, I did see that. I was
77 years old, had to end a concert. His very first, he started a tour, and his first night on tour, he was singing "Dancing on the Ceiling," which you shouldn't do at 77.
Yeah, you shouldn't be dancing anyway.
But he had to sit down, and he cracked a joke. You know, when you're old and you get dizzy, you sit your blank down.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, hopefully he's good. He's supposed to be coming here to the Valley, right, in August
I think I thought it was October, but yeah, Earth,
right.
Wind, and Fire and Lionel Richie.
Oh, that's going to be good.
Oh, my gosh.
Get better, Lionel.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
I want to go catch that show. It seems like a good one.
I mean, Earth, Wind, and Fire and the lead singer of the Commodores. Oh, my gosh.
Take it easy like Sunday morning.
Well, it's just
I hope he's okay.
Hope he doesn't sail on, as long as we're doing this.
Gosh,
all right.
I
know. This I've got to play. You have to hear this.
Okay.
Have you sing in public? Have you done a lot of public speaking?
Public speaking, I have not.
Okay.
Which is a lot different than singing.
Kind of, but in a public, I've been the master of ceremonies for a lot of events.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of events. I've done 2 events for the president. I've done some pretty.
I've sang
cool
at
stuff.
events that you are speaking at. So
but there's a difference between being like a keynote speaker and being someone that's kind of a master of ceremonies.
Okay.
And you got to know your audience. You got to know the situation.
Right.
So the Buffalo Bills which their team, their fans are known as the Bills Mafia. Have you ever seen the stuff they do? They jump off of vans onto tables, shirtless in the middle of the winter. This is a crazy crowd. Should not be difficult at a ceremony to do the ribbon cutting for a brand new stadium that's going in to get the crowd excited.
Pumped up, I would think.
So the Governor Hochul, is trying to get the crowd to do the Let's Go Buffalo cheer. Let me tell you how bad this is. I felt bad for her. That's how bad this is.
All right, let's get this party started. Let's go. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. All right, seriously? You're going to win a championship season with that kind of enthusiasm? Men and women of labor, you know what I'm talking about. Let's go, Buffalo. Let's go, Buffalo. All right, we got to give this place some good karma, right?
That was a little embarrassing.
Oh, it was so cringy.
Why wouldn't they cheer for her for that? Come on. It's for the stadium.
That is a nightmare for me. I always, a long time ago, I said I would love to. I'm not able to, but I would love to be a stand-up comedian. I can be funny, but I don't know that I could do stand-up comedy. My friend Holmberg, Frank Caliendo, who's been in the studio a bunch. They're geniuses because
I did it for a few minutes, like in this stand-up comedy thing my friend had. He wanted me to like intermediate between two. And it was scary.
It's scary.
It was fun, but it was very scary.
The only thing that's as bad as bombing as a stand-up comedian is that. Get the crowd going, and they're just quiet.
Actually, you know what? I got something worse.
Okay.
Spelling Eagles wrong.
All right. Do either one of you believe in ghosts? What would you call it?
Close encounters?
Possession, being possessed?
No, I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Not really being possessed, but like, sure, I believe in
Maybe
ghosts.
a ghost now and then.
Father Carlos Martins recounts the chilling exorcism. He claims that a woman they were performing an exorcism on moved objects without touching them.
That sounds like a movie.
It does. Have you ever seen The Exorcist?
Of course I have.
Have
and
you
I
seen
cried.
it?
No.
It is
My
the most
mom warned me.
It is the most terrifying movie in the history
And I
of
came
movies.
home crying.
All right, I've got two more I got to get to. Under the brand new law in Arizona, they are making it a felony to pay for sex.
I saw that.
So the idea of the law is this: we're going to go after the customers and punish them at a much higher level.
Right.
But we're also going to try to stop the victims, some of the people that are being victimized as being trafficked.
Right.
So not necessarily more lenient on all of the people that are committing the act of prostitution, but if they're being trafficked, get them the help they
Maybe
need.
some restitution,
but go
yeah.
after the customers.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. I think that everybody should do that.
I don't think that's a bad thing. What is the most lost you've ever been driving?
Probably somewhere here in Phoenix, like in the Scottsdale area or something, looking for somewhere.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same.
A friend of mine's mother, when we were kids, she had to take a lot of medication, and she would drive. And we warned her, but she would drive anyway. And she was going to go to the mall, which was about 20 minutes from the house. You go to the main road, you take a right, the mall's 20 minutes down the road. She went to and took a left. And she drove to the next county before she realized she was lost.
Oh, no.
A woman that was trying to drive from a bar in Phoenix to Tempe.
Not far.
Got to Tucson.
Oh, my God, too far.
Driving the wrong way on the 10, caused a crash.
No.
And a blood alcohol level more than almost 3 times the legal limit.
Not good.
All right, we're out of
do
time. Have a great weekend, everyone. God bless.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Is it fair to say Buc-ee's is a cult? Yep. Okay, but yep. It's run by a beaver. It's a cult of beaver worshippers. Yeah. It is a little bit crazy, isn't it? A cult is a group or movement defined by intense devotion to a charismatic leader. Bucky the Beaver. Wow. I think you've got an argument. I think we do. If you've got the beaver outfit. You're wearing the outfit. Yeah. If you're in the outfit, you're in a cult.
Outspoken, weekday afternoons 2 till 6. Watch Outspoken on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on 92.3, KTAR.com, and the KTAR News app.
Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
How's this sound? Employee pricing for all, and for all military veterans and first responders, another $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, that's how Ford is driving America forward for the next 250 years to come. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and when we go there to our Desert Ford dealers, like we did just recently, leasing a Bronco Sport for my daughter, we get American value for American values, including employee pricing. Ford has been part of America for more than a century, and once again, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. Take that 2026 Ford F-150 truck, better than ever. Work truck or weekend warrior, and it gets better with employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. And again, all military veterans and first responders, you get that additional $1,000 in bonus cash at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by a